Hello everybody! How are you guys doing today?
Hey everyone!
We are back today with round number 8 and wow, there's been a lot of activity here that we have missed a lot of things.
What's
I will
happening?
catch up with that. A lot of activity. I don't know what's happening. Everybody's here eager to see how the round finishes. That's it, yeah. We have the two leaders today with 6 points. Julia Osmak facing Alexandra Maltsevskaya. They are the only players with 6, and then there are 2 players with 5.5. Elina Danielian and Arabidze Meri. Matching outfits. It happens many times, but we don't talk about it.
Yeah, we don't. We should talk about it and avoid.
Matching outfits.
Yeah, avoid
I
matching.
don't think it's a bad thing.
Okay, let's see what's happening here. Let's talk some chess and see what is happening. Okay, so we have board 1 and it's sort of a semi-Slav defense where black played this early c5 and now white is trying to play possibly against hanging pawns. Just wondering if the queen would be better somewhere here, but okay, they can always play queen c2, that's not a problem. Okay, so game just starting, possibly a6, a move for black, preparing rook c8 or rook c8 immediately maybe. Okay, nothing yet. See board 2. We got the Queen's Indian and then knight c3, d5. Okay, that's an old line here. Normally black plays knight e4 and here white continues with bishop d2, and then there are some ideas with f5, but also simply this is possible. Okay, d5, c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f4, knight a6, rook c1, everything
And
very
c5.
Yeah, very logical. And c5, dc5, and now bishop c5, which is a strange move
I have seen knight takes c5.
because it feels like what do we do with this knight? Where is it going? This is a quite a strange move in my opinion. I would say that knight c5 is more logical, trying to go to e4 and then this bishop could be on f6. But bishop c5, I don't know if it has any immediate drawback or it's just that. Not sure what black is trying to do next. Like for example, if I play something like a3, just to keep the knight out of there. Huh?
Yeah.
This looks like a quite an interesting move here, because not only I'm controlling the square b4, but also if the bishop moves, that white can play b4 and the knight is in a little bit of trouble. Does black want d4? I don't
was
think,
wondering, but knight a4. No?
maybe knight b5.
Knight
I was
b5?
thinking, and then this pawn is very weak. Then the threat is now that
b4 you
b4
want.
and knight takes d4, yeah.
Because if rook e8, that can
Yeah,
take on e2, but b4.
Yeah, rook e8, we just play here, if overwhelming, yeah.
Yeah. No, there must be a point to bishop c6. She probably has it.
To bishop c5, yes?
To bishop c5. Bishop c5, sorry.
Yeah.
So on a3...
I'm not sure. I don't think it's very logical. Okay, so here there is one idea. Can black immediately? My guess is that she can't. But can black try knight c7 immediately?
And on b5, you want to go to d6?
Yeah.
Or... Uh-huh. Well, but if I take and e4 looks interesting. I'm not taking d5 though, no?
No, but you're playing e5.
I'm playing e5, I know, but...
This could be, yeah? Could be, because how do you stop e5? You have to move the queen.
or knight d7, knight g4 maybe, but doesn't...
Possibly moving the queen is better.
Yeah. Maybe you want to have knight e4 on
but
e5?
But still e5, yeah?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not so clear how what's the reason behind bishop c5. We will soon find out. To me, a3 looks very good at this point, and it would be very easy to find, I think. So let's move on. Board number 3.
Ria Danielian is also on 5.5.
Yeah.
She plays white today. What do we
So
have
we have
here?
first board also with 5.5.
With 6.
6.
The two players with 6. Arabidze 5.5. Kotanashvili 5. And Elina Danielian 5.5. And Bornaruk
5.
5.
Okay,
Yes.
so here, all right. So this is interesting, because even it depends on the results. We can get the third board, maybe join the leader, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Still a lot of tournament. Everything
Anything
can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, still. Anything can happen still, of course.
Until Friday, you can win the tournament.
Easily, yeah. Very close.
Okay, let's see.
How many points do you think the winner will have?
Okay, so
I thought 9 in the beginning.
6.5 is what they have now, right?
6.
Or 6.
6. Here you have the pairing, just to...
Okay, so 6 points. I think 9 will win it.
9 will win it, right?
Yeah,
That's what I predicted as well.
I think 9 points will win it. I'm afraid. Can you think 8.5 is possible?
Maybe, no? Because there are 3 rounds left. Okay, forward this.
Probably not, because
Probably
a lot
not.
of people with 5 points are going to make points now in these rounds.
Yeah.
So yeah,
There are so many people with 5 points.
we'll see what happens. Predictions are fun, but they have no value. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So knight c3 here, knight c6, a6, and now bishop f4. You used to play this line, no?
I used to play this line.
And what's the theory here?
h6. Okay, but this h6 was not so common. The point is that g5 will come. No? This was...
So here
This was very...
So here I think that if you play d5, black reacts with e5, I think. That's one of the ideas. And yeah, I think that's why. Okay, so this.
But there's also one thing that here rook c1 is a move, for example, no? But here g5.
G5.
And that's annoying.
And then
because then what do you do with that
if
bishop?
bishop e3, then knight
g4.
d4.
Yes.
So you will have to go here, but if you go here, then g4 and this pawn is
d4 is lost. Yes.
I see. I get it. Okay, I don't understand so much here, but okay, fine.
h6 was very popular a while ago. Everybody was playing it. Remember? Against this line.
So queen d3 happened, and then knight g4, where black is clearly going for e5.
Yeah.
Even knight d4, and e5 could be potentially a threat. Yeah, it is a threat, I think. So the question is, if white going to push d5 at this point?
Yeah. Now 95 can happen.
So if 95, I was thinking
take once, and I don't know if you have a good square for
I
the
don't
queen.
really know. Yeah, I don't have a good square. No, I don't. Because 95, 95, I cannot play queen d2, and on queen c2 I think black can simply take.
It looks like that, yeah.
So this is not ideal. So what is white supposed to play? Okay, like for example, if I kick the knight out, for sure
e5.
she does not want to go back, so e5 will come. This is the idea. Okay, a lot of things interesting. Clearly the King's Indian is one of the best openings when you are trying to play for a win with the black pieces. Basically you have so many options and you're always gonna get some sort of a game. Let's see other boards.
What was this?
So this is the typical line now that they have come into fashion. There is some sort of a delayed Queen's Gambit accepted, or it may have other names. I'm not very good with names, but you see this, they played this b5 and then white gets the pawn back, but the pawn on c4 remains, and it gives black quite a lot of play. Also ideas when this is a square d5 and maybe even
c5
at some point, yeah. So it gets a lot of pressure on the light squares, especially d5, and the pawn on c4 being mostly very annoying, controlling some squares, some key squares. So that's why white is trying this. And now knight b4 is going. Here white played this knight d2, and my first reaction is
knight d3 anyway, yeah?
Yeah, what if knight d3 anyway? Because I think, I mean, white probably is not wanting to give up the bishops just like that. I would say that even if we lose the d3 pawn at some point, this bishop on b7 should bring a lot of compensation. That being said, after knight d3, something like queen b1 maybe is possible. With the idea that maybe we want to play knight c4 and then bishop takes d3. Or, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? Who knows what is happening here? I do believe that something like knight d3 has to be critical.
Even if you sacrifice that pawn.
Yeah. That pawn is not really relevant. If we get the bishop in return, I think is a fair price.
But maybe white can play with f3 even if you give up the light square bishop.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. On the other hand, like, do I have any other idea to defend this pawn on c4? This is a...
No, I don't think you do.
Well, you could try bishop a6, but, you know, knight goes to e4, and that's... I don't know what my bishop is doing on a6, other than defending this guy here. What do people are saying in the chat?
No, just questions, nothing about the game so far. Questions about the standings, how the tiebreak be decided. They have... I will ask about the tiebreaks. Buchholz is usually the tiebreak, but I'm going to ask Vlad. I saw you people saying hi to Vlad. He's the one providing us the video. Okay, and at the same time I should tell him that the left camera is frozen. Maybe he can work some magic with that. In the meantime.
But that is how to say, a feature, no? The left camera frozen?
That's normal, no?
That's
That's what the left camera does.
It's not a bug, it's a feature. So I don't see why people...
But you know, maybe if Vlad threatens the camera, it will go back to normal.
Let's see what's going on. This game is going wild very quickly. So Salimov plays Catalan and then rook b8. Okay, this is interesting. So the idea is b5 and hang on to this pawn at all cost. So white plays knight c3, a6 comes. e4, bishop e7, d5, and now we're going to see some fireworks. What's supposed to happen here? So there could be some... How should black react here? It's not so clear. Like, do I play knight b4 to get to d3, or do I take on d5 first? It's a big question. If I take on d5, white has options again. Not only white can take on d5, but also can think about playing e5 and recapture d5 with the knight.
Yeah. e5 looks nice.
It only... It's a question whether if it's working or not, but e5, knight g4, for example. And I think we can take it. And bishop f4 is coming, and if we take this pawn, then I would guess that white has a
bishop c4 now.
Huge
bishop f4, sorry.
Huge compensation, yeah. And then this
I will take on c7.
Has to be winning.
You don't want to play bishop d6.
Has to be winning, yeah.
Yeah.
So d5, maybe knight b4. We will see. Interesting game. All games are now interesting. Everybody is trying to play aggressive in these last rounds.
Everybody's fighting for the win.
Well, the problem is that the tournament is over and you want to score some points. The last rounds are very important, and you know, these things is mostly about surprising the opponent and create some practical problems. That's what I think. So here, okay, this is interesting. I played this line with black, g3, d5, and knight b3. Yeah, I have seen this before. Take on e4, knight d2 here, and white has a lot of compensation for the pawn, thanks to the activity and the weak squares on black's position. So bishop f4 and the rooks to the center, the play becomes very easy. So check here and castle. All the pieces are out, and that's it. All the pieces are out. Let's play. So now white wants to put some pressure on the e6 pawn. I'm guessing simple chess. Yeah, not...
no, it looks uncomfortable.
I mean, king c7 will happen. This is the move. How should white continue now? So people asking about my account?
Yeah, that's your account, right? You don't have any 82 or anything else.
Do you want some water?
Yes, please. Thank you. Going to close this for...
Yes, you can find me on Lee Chess and on killerchesstraining.com. I'm a coach. This is an online academy. You're welcome to join us. Have a look and think about joining us if you want to improve. We are several coaches. Best material online, I think. But that's not for me to say. Have a look. Alright, so after king c7...
Was this played? No, not yet.
Not yet, but I was just wondering how should white continue, because now black wants to play knight e4, which is not a great problem, and you can always reply with bishop f4, but there are some questions there. Well, if not king c7, she can only be considering king e7. which keeps the knight pin.
I think king c7 makes more sense. Maybe she's just looking at
having an extra pawn. You don't really care about double pawns, so.
Oh, but she couldn't take with the king anyway on f6.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So king c7, and we will see how white plays here. My guess is that I am not happy with this bishop g5 as it was played here, but okay. Okay, check king c7. Maybe here it's time to play normal, something like bishop g2. Now I believe knight e4. We can play bishop e3, and the knight on e4 is not really stable. We could play, for example, knight d2 at some point, and the knight has to go, and white still keeps some pressure in the position, enough for compensation for sure. So for example, let's say black tries to develop the pieces in a normal way. We can bring the rooks, but basically what I'm saying is that I don't know if bishop d7, but let's say bring rook on d8. What I'm thinking is that, you know, white can at some point play something like knight d2, and the knight will have to go, and when they take with the knight, and this knight is going to c4, or again to f3, and try to put some pressure. Not ideal, I think, but even like, for example, if b5, then again there are some squares. Always white has some compensation until it stops having compensation. That's basically the point. Yeah.
Until you get all the pieces up.
Yeah.
King c7 played now. Any games that you guys would like us to check out? Any interesting games? I know you know everything that's happening. It's more difficult to us to see. How's Ellen doing? Who is she playing today?
Oh yes, let's check our friend.
34. I see her. She plays black.
There she is. And we have one of the most popular openings in recent years, which is the London system. I remember when I was younger, and nobody played this London system except a few guys, and now everyone plays it. Bishop d3. I think that bishop b5 here was a big move not so long ago. But okay, bishop d3, b6. Then white played knight to e5. I think queen e2 was the other move, right? This was the theoretical line. E4, bishop e7, e5, knight h5.
But this knight e5 and f4 idea is also quite...
Yeah, absolutely. Very common,
yeah.
I think here...
Is it knight e7?
Yes, that's what I think. But somehow...
Maybe this is a little different because you don't make it to e4, no?
Because if you play knight e7 in this position, white plays bishop f2.
Yeah.
So it feels like white is up
a tempo somehow.
Yep. We would like to play knight f5 and bishop e7 to play knight d6, but here it's not going to happen. White is ready to play for this king side attack. So how?
What tempo did we lose with black?
No, I don't think there is any loss. I just think that knight e5 comes here fast, and now so after b6, knight e5, bishop b7. This I think is quite logical. f4.
Maybe could you go knight e4? No.
No, I don't think so.
No.
So this knight e7 is played. Maybe this is the way to play.
And f5, no?
Yeah, queen h5 and f5.
And now the knight comes back to f6 and probably at some point to e4.
Yeah. So question here would be, what happens if bishop h4?
few questions here. Time to see Laura, board 36.
Yeah.
And board 30 something.
We're going to see that in a moment. I was saying here bishop h4 looks a little bit annoying.
Because you don't have queen e8.
You don't have queen e8. And after knight f6, white would retreat the queen, possibly on e2. And here this is the idea for white now.
Mm-hmm.
The most important thing in these positions is how to create either some counterplay or blockade everything altogether. For white is very clear what she must do is try to get g4 at some point. Can be in many ways, but h3 g4 or rook g1 and g4, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so which board should we...
Laura Unuk, board 36, and a question about the King's Indian played on
No,
board
36, 30. Laura Unuk?
No, that's Andrea. Board 36 is another game that we have to check, and board 30 is another game.
So, where do we start?
Let's start with board 8.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Scotch opening, yeah? Here. Didn't we see a game just like this the other day?
We did?
I think so.
I don't remember anymore. But could be. Complicated, no?
I have no idea what is happening. I'm thinking with white, just looking for moves. My first intention is bishop g2 and try to castle quickly. Was wondering what is wrong with that. And the other instinct was if I could play something, but I'm not even going to say it, I believe, because castling queenside is absolutely insane, right?
It looks like that.
Maybe it's not, but probably not. Probably it's possible, yeah.
It looks dangerous. Isn't a4, a5, a4 coming?
Yes, it is.
But you're saying that you'll be faster.
I'm thinking... So, yeah, that I wouldn't castle queenside.
I don't think so. But it's not your game, so you can think about it. I'm pretty sure that in a game you wouldn't even consider castling long, no?
No, definitely it comes in consideration, but but I don't know the theory here. I would say that
h4 is a move in this position.
So
maybe
h4, yeah, it could also be played.
Like,
I mean, you have to play something dynamic, I think.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to castle, at least give some trouble. So it's also, you know, it looks like an aggressive move, but also some positional move, because once you get the pawn on h5, you can play h6 and bury this bishop on h8, or in the end games the pawn on h6 can help you.
Mm-hmm.
But even also sometimes you can take on g6 and then the rupture with f6 is no longer an issue here.
Mm-hmm.
So also you get the pieces into the game. So I don't know what is best for white, but
no, f4.
Aha.
I saw this in a Super GM game. f4.
This makes sense. And I'm thinking that black's plan is still a5. But maybe white can even get away with a4. But how long are we going on without developing, right?
Yeah, bishop g2.
Bishop g2. Like... Bishop g2 and castle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really don't know the theory. I would be guessing everything else. We should see what happens.
Board 36.
Board 36.
Or board 30, okay, because it's first. Board 30, what's happening on board 30? Is black already winning? How is this King's Indian?
So my answer is black is better. Already winning is a little too soon, but black is probably better. That's what I think. Of course, you have to calculate a little here. So what would you play here with white? What do you think?
What do I play here with white?
Mm-hmm.
So my first thought was b4, but what's wrong with b4?
I don't think...
I'm not going anywhere, no?
I think you're not going anywhere with b4 other than
before.
I mean, you're making this rook play. Yeah. I was thinking this exact
and
same
d4,
move.
No?
Yeah, there is one thing here that, for example, if black plays g4, you want to be able to capture on f4. If your knight is hanging on c3, then there is some problems here. So with knight b5, what white needs is probably something like this. Need to have control over the square f3. So the next move is probably going to be something like king h1, maybe queen d2. I think black would like to play knight f7, bishop g7, and knight e5 to have full control on this square, and only then think about advancing on the king side. You know, you're trying to push f3.
Yeah.
But white is going to do everything to stop it. So a knight going to d4, I think, is happening.
Is f3
immediately
possible here? Before you play all that.
Yeah, I think in terms of material it would be possible, but I don't think black is ready for an attack. I mean, we trade all these pieces. You can take on h3 or take on h2, but no, I don't think. I think black is not ready for this. Yeah, knight somewhere.
Okay.
Could be. I mean, this queen f4 is quite annoying, but
you have.
But I should have resources to defend the position.
Knight d4.
Even queen d2 here, I like.
Ah.
I'm attacking g5 and I'm bringing this rook over.
Yes.
I think that this is. So black should play slowly. I would say that improving the knight is important.
I may think of king h1 and bishop g1.
Yes, but essentially, I believe that the f3 square is quite relevant here. Now, what I'm thinking, and it just occurred to me that black may be considering c6 in this position. So something like c6, and if knight d4, then so the idea of c6 is just to create more open fronts, right? More possibilities of attack. So yeah, maybe bishop d7, or simply as that. But this is what I mean. You know, knight f3 comes.
Maybe could queen b6 instead, or was b4 already?
b4 already was annoying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So here, if queen b6, okay, let's play king h1, and now we have
the bishop g1 idea.
Okay,
everything combined in the end.
So yeah, black is definitely not winning. There is a game here. Do we have time for knight f7, knight d4? Let's say like this. But now the knight will not make it, and this is wise plan. So okay, so maybe I'm retreating the wrong knight.
You want to play knight e to d4, no?
Yeah. And then I will have a knight on f3 and another on b5. How does that work? So knight b5.
If I don't play c6, it should work.
So let's say knight f7, knight d4. So c6 is nothing here.
No, it's not working now.
I'm just taking it. So here. I still like black's position, but because I h5, why not? Or bishop d7 first. Trying to at some point eliminate this knight and play on the dark square, but there is also b4. It's wild. It's King's Indian. It's Cannot be other way.
Yeah.
Which
36?
36. Let's move on to 36.
And then the French players. What do we think about the French players? We should check them out.
So let's check out Velenka. She always plays interesting games. So alright, so we have a very interesting game here. Andrea is very aggressive and is trying to open up the position while the white king still is in the center. I think my belief is that she's sacrificing the pawn.
The one on e6. So you think that she'll take with a knight, or? I
would think so. Yeah. I mean, taking with the rook is possibly fine.
Yeah, that's what I think. But f5 on rook takes.
We're gonna go here, but why not? Knight takes on f6.
Okay, queen takes is critical, so we should.
Yeah, but after king h8.
After king h8, you have to watch out for rook e8 and bishop d6, bishop f8. Bishop d2.
Trying to hide away immediately, yeah?
Yes. I want to run away from the center.
And you may have time. It still looks like very complicated. I mean, black can try this move.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't have to make
queen side is not so safe either. So if I castle a4 and even a3 right away,
yes,
right?
Yes, no doubt. No doubt on this. Look at this bishop here, and now, I mean, positionally speaking, for a pawn, this is fantastic. No, this is like the bishop is not playing. You know, you can just play rook e8 or even bishop d6.
Do we want to play d4?
You may want to play d4. I was just thinking that, yeah, I may want to play d4. Absolutely. You play c4, and this bishop is the problem with such moves is that it looks great now, but what happens when you're not careful? First of all, now the king is safe. We don't have any immediate attack, and now if white plays rook e1 and then bishop d1 and bishop f3, suddenly
the bishop is fine, and
it's not only fine. It's a knife. It's a knife in our position, right?
Yeah.
So this is why this pawn move so committed. Like I'm second thinking that, but you know, until here it looks fine.
Yeah. d4 you have it probably whenever you want.
Whenever I want, yeah. I'm much more
I like b5,
would prefer to play something like this.
Yes. But I have to see how.
Bishop d6. Yeah.
Oh, just like that.
Yeah, maybe I want to go rook e8 also. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure you do. And okay, rook e2 is there.
A lot of play. So I'm thinking that, and that being said, it takes f6, rook f6. You were wondering about f5.
I was.
But the principle is the same, right?
95 and just please take on e6.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's. I don't think black is too worried about this pawn.
Yeah. Knight d5 is
like, for example, even king h8, if pawn takes on e6, knight f8.
Ah, okay.
And then rook e6 and totally fine.
Yeah.
I think
maybe it takes on f6, knight takes, and don't take on e6.
So after d5, white probably maybe should have played g4.
Bishop g6.
And then knight g3.
Okay.
But the problem with this is that black could play c4. This is the problem. So the point that if you take on c4, black can take on e4 both ways. Knight takes also. Actually, knight takes.
Knight takes on e4.
Yeah. Yeah, because if I take with the pawn, you can still play here, and you take my bishop, and then you play here, and you take this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But if knight takes e4, after knight e4, this knight doesn't have any great squares, and knight e5 is coming, and knight d3 very quickly. So I think that's why she did not play like that. But e5. Okay, so she played queen e4.
Yes, something about not taking, but she still wants to take on e6 with this.
But the problem now is different. You also lose d5.
You do.
So we need to see what Andrea will play here.
But taking on e5,
queen e6,
king h8,
and then I'm thinking queen takes d5.
I wanted to take on f4 and knight e5.
Yeah, that may.
The knight on f1 is really sad, and knight e5.
So let's see that. So if you take here on e5, I take on e6, king h8, and here I was thinking I want to take on d5, and here you wanted to take on f4, and we have this position here. And knight e5 is your idea.
Yep.
Knight d5.
d5.
And d3 is hanging, and yeah. This looks also possible. I would be very surprised. So here queen d4, pawn takes 25. I believe there are no in between moves, so let's say this. And if you don't take on d5, then what do you do? So queen d5, e takes f4. It's really amazing, just like in the other game we were looking at, where black has this pawn on c4 and this queen's gambit that we were looking at, which is a very ugly pawn, right? But it's restricting white's position. And here we see the pawn on f4 doing the same thing. It's like, this is controlling this knight here, yeah?
Yep.
And blocking this bishop. More or less exactly what it's doing in the other in the other position. So we can say that, yeah, this is a interesting feature here. The pawns on the fifth rank with f5 and f4.
Board 20 is also on fire. Board 20 is on fire, Maria.
Oh wow, it's interesting, yeah? See the opening?
Jerusalem. Ah, knight f6. This is theory still.
This is theory, but here we see a little bit of panic because king f8 is the right move, yeah?
Is the move, yeah.
So here black plays king f8, white has to come back to e4, and then black plays something like a6 and castles later on,
king
later.
g8 with, yeah.
But basically nothing happening with the king. It's just about getting the pieces out and slowly, maybe even g5 at some point. But here bishop f6, obviously this move has to be a big mistake. After it takes, this is something that cannot happen.
No.
Now where do you castle? And even if you take this pawn, it's just very bad. So here white played d4. Makes a lot of sense to play d4. But honestly, I feel okay, c takes d4, c5, and knight c6. Looks great for white, yeah?
Yes. She doesn't have to take on d1 now.
I think she must.
You must. I was thinking queen d5.
The question is, it's kind of suicidal, but queen f6.
Queen f6 is there, yes.
Where is the refutation? So at first sight, I wanted to play queen f6, queen d6. But black has, I think, only move knight b5. And that looks awful. So let's see it. So queen f6, we play here. And here we can move queen the queen D3, all the way back here.
There. Could we go with queen d3 for a moment? Where do you go back with? I go to d4.
So the idea is, after queen d3, what is the...
Queen d6, knight b5, and if you go back to c7, maybe I can win a tempo with queen g3, bishop g5. Does that help in any way, no?
And if I play here...
Knight d4 was a little bit annoying.
Well, this is not really annoying. I mean, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, queen f3, white has to be better.
Oh. Rook b8, bishop f4 already winning material. No, okay, you still have rook b7, bishop b5. Yeah.
Queen c6 also there.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just convincing.
Bishop g5 is also a cute idea, no? No, bishop g5, you castle.
But still, bishop f6.
Bishop f6 and queen h3. And
yeah.
Okay.
So no, this is awful. So queen f6 is out of the question. Queen d1, rook d1, bishop d7 could be a possibility. And here we can play knight e5. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And what do we do with this bishop? Because
b5.
Bishop b5, we can get c4 for free, and we should, because now
knight d5 is not there.
No knight d5, and after bishop a6, anything. I would guess bishop a6 leaves black in a position where can run out of moves. Just play here and here and here and here is also actually f3 is very stupid move. Yeah, rook d7 immediately.
You're just playing against the pieces.
Yeah, let's take the pieces. No, this is actually you were saying queen d5 in this position, right?
Sorry? Queen d5 I was saying. Yeah, I was just reading the chat to see if queen f6, queen d6. Yeah. Knight d5, bishop h6, bishop g7.
This is interesting. This may be a better defense. Maybe she must play this.
So how do I make things work now?
Thinking, because you must defend the knight.
Knight is hanging. Can I defend the knight? I have knight e5, but I don't see. And knight e7. I don't know if I want knight e7. I feel like I'm missing a tempo, no? To bring my rook and get the bishop out. Maybe knight e7, but then queen d1, rook takes and bishop b7.
Okay, so we say knight e7.
Yeah.
Black takes.
Yes.
We take back.
And bishop b7, I was thinking.
Yeah, but if you play, like for example, if bishop b7, I would play c4 here.
Ah, you're not letting me move.
And I think what I was worried about is that you don't play bishop b7. What is the move that you want to play here?
Knight d5.
So why don't you play it?
Yeah, I don't know. Just trying to keep my pawns, but no, I don't think I should. So knight takes everything and get my bishop out, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then rook d8 and...
Yeah.
What do you think? It should be, no?
This should be fine, yes.
So c5, knight c6. Can we say that wise strategy? Unless we are proven wrong.
Queen d5 was the move that...
Was a miss? Unless we are missing something.
Very likely there is something more here. But I'm not sure what, because...
Queen d5 is a really good move, I think.
Maybe I can take on d5, but then I'm losing f6. Okay, I can try this.
Yeah,
Queen d5,
that's
c4.
definitely, yeah, definitely. I like
c4.
your idea. c4, yeah.
Knight f6, bishop g5, if you take that pawn. Let me see what.
Yes, so
what
knight
you
f6,
want to
bishop
do
g5. Let's think here, because if this definitely looks good for white.
And then rook d1, and okay, it's a lot of pressure there.
Should we play bishop g5, or should we play the bishop somewhere where we get to the long diagonal? Or are we aiming for... Yeah,
for rook d1 and rook d8.
should we play like this?
Bishop g7 you want.
Mm-hmm.
And on bishop b7?
Yeah, we go knight e5. I was thinking we leave it like this.
No castling?
No castling either way.
No.
Bishop g7 comes next. Rook a1 is the move that I really want to play.
Yeah.
I think black can get away with this.
Queen d1 was played.
We're gonna see that in a moment, but this is highly interesting. So I feel like black is escaping.
Yes. But if I take and rook d1...
But how much? I mean, take this, even here, yeah?
There. I have no checks. Yeah. Can play bishop g5, but it still feels like too little.
Well, actually, now that you see it, and you see that nowhere near playing rook d8 is going to be a lasting advantage probably, but maybe black can play better. This queen d5 deserve attention, and probably you are right about the capture on d5, taking on d5, and now playing c4. Around here it feels like white has to be more precise. Maybe it is bishop g5 the best move, and after knight d7, let's say we are on time to bring the pieces. But then bishop b7 comes, and here we are. I don't know exactly if the attack is gone or not, because white can consider this move here, and here. Definitely an option. And if here, then we block everything. You have to play something like rook g8. And I'm guessing rook d1.
And rook, yeah.
So this is a possible line. Now bishop b7 after queen d1, rook d1. Did we look at this?
We looked at bishop d7.
So bishop b7. Now we're thinking knight e5, right?
Yes, because there's no rook d8. But now I have knight d5.
Now knight d5 will come. c4.
You want something similar.
Knight f6 and bishop a6.
Rook g8.
Rook g8, bishop g5. The main idea is to stop you from castling.
Yeah, but now you're threatening to win my knight, so I have to do something.
King e7 is possible.
King e7 is possible,
but,
and rook d8.
But after king e7, I play bishop g5.
And you want knight g4.
And I want knight g4, but also rook d7.
And rook d7, yes. So on rook d8 you'll play knight g4, and on h5 you'll go rook d7.
Yes. So bishop b7, we are guessing knight e5, and in case of knight d5, we are guessing again
c4.
c4. Because there doesn't look like there is much else. You can also think bishop a6.
I was going to ask that. Why don't we keep the pawn and threaten c4? Bishop h6 or even bishop g5.
Which is probably what bishop g5, black plays h6, and I don't know what.
Ah.
And this is probably how one would play in a real game, right?
Yeah.
Not sacrificing any material unless you need to. And here black is in trouble because you cannot play rook d8, still c4, take, and then knight f7.
Yeah. And on rook g8,
we say knight e5. We're saying this, no?
A bishop h6.
Bishop h6 and here rook g8. But you know, this is like usual. No, once this is played, you can even
play a bishop g7 is also there if you want. If you want to avoid h6, I mean.
Play like this.
And now I want c4. And I want to take on f7. And rook d7.
Ah, okay.
Too many things.
So many things, no? You want?
Maybe rook d8 now. I can't play rook d8 still.
C4,
Yes, c4 anyway. Maybe just forget about that pawn, you know, castle long, but I don't see knight f7. It doesn't feel like I get anything in return. Yeah, the pawn is there.
No.
Can we play b5 to stop c4 at some point?
Yeah, I was thinking the same, but you know, a position like this where you play b5 is bread for today, hunger for tomorrow, no? a4, a4, b4, c4.
Give me that. Knight d7. Rook d7, I mean, yeah. It looks fun. So I have the tie breaks. The first tie break, in case of same number of points, in case of equality, we have the average rating of the opponents, cut 1. Don't know exactly how you calculate that, but I have seen this tie break before.
How is it? Can you repeat, please?
Average rating of opponents, cut 1. I'm not sure what. Okay, yes. That means average rating of opponent excluding the lowest rated opponent.
Okay, yeah.
Then you have Buchholz cut 1, which means Buchholz score reduced by the lowest score of the opponents. So you just take out the opponent who scored less points when you calculate the Buchholz. Then you have the Buchholz. Then you have the direct encounter between the players tied. And then if everything else is equal, you have a drawing of lots. I won a tournament like that, by drawing of lots. I won a national championship title like that. In Rapid, I believe. I had the same number of points as my other direct opponent, Josefina Paulets, who lives now in Netherlands. We always met each other. We had drawn each other. We had won everything else, so we were completely equal. And they had to draw the final tiebreak, which was age. And turns out that I was younger. So I won the tournament.
Okay, so here, question for the people watching us, because I know the saying, but I don't remember who said this. So there is possibly I think it was a world champion, I don't know, who said that if you have a bad piece in your position, your entire position is bad. if you have heard this before, a very famous quote, please remind me who said this. You have a bad piece, your entire position is bad. Here we see what we were discussing. After bishop c5, she played a3, and this is the problem for black's position.
So nothing really, there was no real
Rook
problem
e8,
with a3.
then b4, bishop d6, takes, knight b5, queen d7, queen d3, and all white needs to do is keep the knight on a6 forever. And the weakness on a7 it's not difficult. Yeah, I would guess that, you know, doubling rooks on the c file is a plan, and also it looks like very comfortable position for white. You can also try these things, right?
Yeah.
Not sure what black will play here, but there is a problem.
Tarrasch.
Yes, I believe now that you said the name, this is what I believe. So it's not a world champion. But Tarrasch said if you have a bad piece, then your whole position is bad. I kind of agree. You have to improve your bad pieces all the time. Here it's not so easy. And I remember this because I used to play the King's Indian with the knight on a6 line, and very often I was delaying for so much the move knight c5 that the game went on, and you know, 40 moves later I still had my knight on a6 and my position was bad, and it was too late to bring it because white had achieved before and everything. So that's something that stuck there, and I still remember.
We haven't seen the French players. We were asked about the French players, and we have Deimante playing on board 7. She's a French player now, so we should check her out.
All right. Okay, let's see what is this. So here. Okay, queen c7. This is a line. Apparently looks great for white at first sight. At first sight looks good. But of course the future of this position will depend on whether
you can get c5.
You can get c5 in good conditions, and c6. But looks great, I think, for white. I mean, the plan quite simple. You castle, rook fc1, and c5, right?
Yes.
I mean, you have no other plan. Of course, black will try to
put pressure on d5.
Put pressure on d5, so you don't advance so easily. But I don't see how black can do this. I was guessing bishop e4, but no, that doesn't. I mean,
You're gonna get out of there.
I will always play f3, you know.
Yeah.
Also, for how long can you keep this tension? Because after castle, white can take on g5.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. And Sophie on board 10. Sophie Millier.
Okay. It's a very strange move, e5. It's very strange to start doing things without finishing developing, and white already with all the pieces out.
She was worried about bishop f3?
She was worried about bishop f3, yes. So c4. Yeah, feels very, very positional here. Like, I'm not really pleased with queen a4. To the eye, I mean, it's not very energetic, I would say. But maybe here already Yeah, it looks like black is fine after all these trades. But okay, some pressure on b7. Now I see the idea. There is some pressure on the pawn on b7. Not so easy to defend. So
if you take on c4, bishop
thinking
b7.
this is the thinking here, yeah. And now rook b4. Can you do that?
How is bishop c6?
So bishop c6, I'm thinking
bishop
that
d7.
bishop d7, but it looks like white is better because black is undeveloped, no? So you're probably gonna get somewhere out of this, yeah. So let's say you take and rook d1, yeah.
You don't want to take with a knight, do you?
Because
of knight d5.
Because of knight d5, I thought would be dangerous.
Yes.
Even here it's not so clear because the king is so active, but I'm thinking that black could play like this. I mean, white could play like this. Sacrifice a pawn for bishop c5 and maybe some activity.
But if you play bishop c5, I could think about taking it. Because then I take on f2.
Yes, that's true. Even if you didn't, you probably will have a bishop d4 and compensation, yeah? But you take on f2, yeah? So white can actually take this pawn, and it's not so easy for white to prove anything. But you know,
maybe
we can play here, yeah?
Yeah.
So you were thinking knight a4.
I don't know if that helps because knight c5, king e7, right?
Well, if king e7, the bishop is not coming out. We're happy with that.
So maybe bishop takes c5 is still a question. After knight c5, when the rook moves. So rook c2 maybe.
So if rook c2, you are saying knight c5 check, bishop takes c5,
but then
rook takes on a shade, and now bishop takes on e3.
You're not taking another pawn at least. It's not clear. Knight d5 is not clear, no? You just take on h7 and take on g7.
Why should be better? But of course this is very unclear. So she played rook c7. No, none of this happens. And
bishop b6?
I'm thinking if white wants bishop b6.
Okay, but maybe now
I can take.
Yes, because rook b4 and another one is hanging on b6.
So this would be very clever. Check. Now bishop d7. Check.
The same line.
And I can take with the king probably, with the knight probably, yeah?
And knight d5?
I can take on b6.
Ah.
So knight d5 here, I can take on b6.
Yes.
Can take with the knight also, yeah?
Yes, because my rook is defended.
Yeah. So rook c7, the idea is if we play bishop b6, now it is time to take on c4. And bishop b7, we have rook b4, and on bishop c6, bishop d7, all these trades favor black. So on rook c7, what can white do? Is it too early for knight d5?
So if I take with my bishop and play e4?
Yeah, that's a good question. I may lose material, yeah?
Unless you have...
so here and e4.
You are better developed, so... I don't know, bishop b6 now or something.
But knight takes d5 is going to come and my bishops...
Wait, but bishop b6 and rook e1.
So let's say rook c4.
No, and rook e1 you will take on d5, bishop?
I want to go like this.
Okay.
So the idea is that I always have rook b4, no?
Yeah.
Also, I think bishop b4 was there on rook e1.
Yes, bishop b4 is there.
Pieces out and castle available, so...
Yeah. No, that's...
So rook c7, knight d5 is out of the question. So I'm thinking that if nothing happens, white will just play b3.
Threatening bishop b6?
Or knight a4 and continue playing slowly. But the question is if black wants to play slowly or b5 is going to hurt me right now. Looks like a little, not even developed, and then I'm going to play b5, but if it works.
On b5 you have to see bishop b6 anyway.
Oh yeah, bishop b6.
Rook c8, bishop... Don't know, bishop b7, then rook b8.
Looks highly suspicious.
It does, yes. It looks like I could play rook d1, for example.
Looks highly suspicious, so we should see what happened.
Is this the final day? No, they have 11 rounds in this tournament.
Yeah,
they play 11 rounds in the European.
It's far from over.
Far from over, no.
It's very far from over.
A lot.
Let's see the...
And Mihaela is really playing the Romanian Championship. Now she plays Irina.
This is, we can say, Romanian Classic, no? Because
yes, a Romanian Classic.
They must have played so many times in national championships.
In team championships.
Yeah. So here we have Alapin defense.
But Irina played the Alapin. I haven't seen her playing the Alapin. She was playing the Alapin when she was very young. And she came back to...
Okay, so knight d7 is a move that I'm not familiar with. I'm guessing it's fine, but you have to wonder, right? You have to wonder about this.
Oh, e6.
Yes. So what here? Knight f6?
Knight f6 probably.
Or knight b6? But I can take f7, right? No, knight b6 maybe. And play with these double pawns. Take and take. And now black says that plays bishop g4 and it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if this is possible, it doesn't look too bad. I wonder. But you know, knight d7 looks a3 for sure is not the refutation. But now take, and now e6 again. It's very tempting to leave black with these double pawns. I mean, nothing there. I don't see why not.
Now knight f6 has to be played.
I take, and now you say that bishop g4 again is going to be like salvation move with some pressure. If I play knight g5, rook f8, and if I play knight e6, no bishop g4 here, and I don't see how this is not better for white. At least has to be a little bit. We're gonna play the bishop. Basically, this pawn in d5 is a weakness. That's all there is.
I think she played knight c3 with the same idea, because now if bishop b7, e6 is probably even.
Yeah, but it did not happen. Yeah, it did not happen anymore.
And I couldn't have taken on d5, right?
No. Here, you mean?
Yeah.
I think that black
basically
is fine
because
bishop
you're
b7.
pinned. But I take on e7 and take on e5. Knight takes.
I was counting wrong, so you're up a pawn at this point?
I am up a pawn, yeah.
Yeah, but knight takes, you have... Okay, f6 queen c4
queen
check.
c4. Yeah.
Alright, so let's see. On knight... How was this? So knight takes d5. I think bishop b7 is logical. Knight takes, knight e5, maybe rook e8. Maybe play like this.
Bishop f4.
And this position,
still is not.
It is possible that black is happy with playing this position, because you can say that after knight e5, if bishop takes e5, even a position like this would be fine for black.
Yes. But I thought I would take with the pawn.
And then this more or less the same, right? It's let's say you take with the pawn and here something like queen e6 maybe, or rook a8, and it's an extra pawn, but I don't see that you're winning because of this extra pawn.
No.
Black's bishop is better, right?
Yeah.
So let's say maybe rook a8. Is it possible that Sandu was counting on this? I have no idea, but it may be an idea.
That's true. From what we learned over the days, is step 1 is always count the pieces. I was analyzing a very interesting endgame a few rounds ago. And I thought that black was holding, but I had forgotten to count the pawns. She was a pawn down. So nothing worked.
So this position is surprisingly deceiving. You can think that white is better, but no. I believe black is for choice, I would say. So now queen d7, right?
Queen d7. Yeah, so there's no knight b5, right? That was
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So there is no knight d5. You have the bishop pair, and all endgames are really good because your king goes to f7, and then you start advancing and gaining some space. And it's two bishops. So one thing is, not only queen d7 stops knight b5, but the idea is also we want to stop bishop d6.
Trading your bishop.
Trading your bishop, that's right. So here queen d7, and also there is no way to fight for the file. I think black is a little better in this position.
Yeah. I like her position, yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking white will play something like h4. Just trying to bring this pawn here. So...
yeah, what is happening on board 1?
Actually, before we go there, let's check board 18, because there was something going on here. Yeah. And out of the opening. So, of course, knight b4 was the move, knight e5, take. And here we have a small mess. To say like this, white looks more active, and there could be some pressure on the queen side. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's check board 1 before we take a short break, because I'm dying for a coffee right now.
Oh, really?
So
now, I was asked the other day, who do you think will win this?
Who do I think will win this?
Yes.
What
is your guess now? You have an extra round for you.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you what I think is going to be the top 3. So I believe that Danielian will be 3rd. Kotanashvili will win the tournament.
Really?
And Aravice will be 2nd.
Unexpected. I gave Danielian because I from what I saw, I thought that she was playing really well.
They are all playing very well.
But
this
I
is
don't know.
Just a prediction. It doesn't really have any value.
Any value? No, it doesn't.
So you can say anything.
You can say anything. Yeah.
But yeah, this is interesting. Maybe you should write it down so we don't forget.
I'm going to write it down, and we'll see in the last round.
Yeah. So I say,
paper here.
I said that.
Can you pass me the?
Sure. Kotanashvili will win the tournament. Danielian will be finished 3rd. Aravice will finish 2nd. This is my podium. We'll see what happens. They are quite an interesting fight in the top. It's fun to predict.
But Aravice is not looking good. How is your prediction? Is it falling apart already? That's why she's 2nd, I think, because Kotanashvili will win.
But the main point being that there's a lot of tournament still, no? So we will see. Yeah, rook c2, like we said, simply rook fc1 next. It's just tough defense. Actually, it's really painful for black here. You think about this position and you can think, what do I do, right? What do I do with black?
I keep wanting to play rook c8, but I forget about the pawn on a7.
Like for white, you have all these moves. You can play e3, knight fd4, but with black, at some point you have to do something. You have to make a move, and even trading this knight is not enough because there is another knight coming to the same square.
So right now she wants rook c1, and rook c7 will be a threat, yeah? Black already needs to defend something.
Yeah. This is on the verge of collapsing, I think. I would be very surprised if white is not winning already.
And how was board 1? Because we were... I was busy writing the prediction down. Board 1 was about equal, right?
Yeah, this was board
yes.
1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this looks fairly balanced. Black has this pawn on d5, but also some pressure on the c file, so I'm not sure, no? But okay, I'm guessing rook ac1 is coming. Actually, after queen b1, we need to have another look, because white is starting to look like there could be something. This bishop is very annoying. So after c5, let's see how she got this nice position. So yeah, so instead of rook c8, can black play something else? She had no time to play g6, right?
Why?
I was thinking that white wants to take here and maybe opening the position like this with e4.
Yeah.
You can play d4, but the square c4 remains there, and
like knight b1.
Knight b1, knight d2.
Yeah.
So she played rook c8. Always a little dangerous because bishop f5 is actually a good move. g6, bishop h3, and c takes d4 was played. I don't know if c takes d4 is a must right now. I think it's too soon for this. Could she have played something like bishop d6? Probably not. Looks a little loose because now you have all this diagonal, right? It looks like white can open up the position anytime. Starting like this. And if you take with the pawn, then can I take on d7? Probably, yeah. And the question is, do I win immediately or not? I don't know.
With taking an e4, no?
Yeah. Something like this.
On knight b4, queen c3, I guess. But f6.
Yeah. So it's not so clear. Let's see what white plays.
C1.
Yeah, rook a1. Again, another difficult position, I think.
And before you go for that coffee, there's another question about board 8, which is for you. So you might want to take another look. We have looked at her
board
game.
8?
Yes. Before, but what is going on now?
So after d5, white play bishop g2, rook e8, then castle. So this is very typical in the Scotch Open. You sacrifice this pawn, and you get some playing return. King h1, preparing f4, and then queen f8. And the point is, we don't play f4 right now because Very nice trick. So on f4, black is ready to play bishop g4.
Yeah.
And after queen g4, can safely take on b2 and not lose material. So this is the moment of truth, no? It's like white needs to show the cards now. f4 coming or what?
Well, if bishop g4 works, you probably.
Yeah, but the problem is you have to
better.
no, you have to play something, right?
So in that final position, maybe go for f5.
Something like that, yeah. So here, and now, shall we play f5?
Not sure, because I also give the square e5.
Maybe you have to play it like this. Why not? I mean, being aggressive is
just queen f7.
When we play rook e6, maybe you can take and play queen e7. That's not great. But maybe we can play knight f3.
So if I take and play rook e8?
Yeah, this is always a question here. Doesn't look too dangerous, right?
For white? For black? No. I thought you wanted knight h4, but I don't think you have time.
No, I don't. I was thinking like, it's playing like this, but maybe even g5 now.
Were you threatening anything in particular?
Well, the problem with g5 is that now I am really threatening to go h5,
okay.
Yeah?
You want to win the queen.
Yeah. Or even rook e4. Yeah, I don't know. This looks, again, very concrete. I would say that white must find an idea. The other thing is, nothing bad is happening. Maybe you can play knight f3 right away. In which case, king h1 was worth nothing. Because here...
You had it anyway, no?
You could have played like that. But knight f3 always bishop g4. So, I'm thinking here. Maybe there was a better way, like queen d1 or something, but I don't know. Difficult to make an assessment here.
Looks good for black then.
Complicated. Extra pawn and you're fighting, right?
Yeah.
Laura is a very strong candidate to be on the top 3, I think, because she plays very consistently well. So I really think that.
Do you wanna rethink your top 3?
No. It's just that some of my favorite players here has to be Laura. Osmak, for example, I think that she plays interesting, and I like Kotenashvili also the way she plays. But yeah, there's a lot of.
There's still a lot of tournament to be played.
Yes, absolutely. Hard to decide. I think that we might find a surprise here. The last 2 rounds will be key. I think I should take a break now.
We're going to take that break. I will be back. But Renier has to work today, so if you have any questions for Renier, now is the moment.
But I will be back tomorrow, so don't worry about your questions. Can always ask.
Can always ask?
Yeah.
Okay then. Who are my favorite players? Well, I thought that Danielian had a good tournament. I liked her games very much. Kotenashvili, I also like her. But I'm also rooting for friends here, so I'm...
Oh, yes.
I'm maybe not so objective. I have other friends who I'm rooting for. So yeah, well, I'll be back anyway, and we'll discuss. Impressed by Queen of Fate. Okay. Well, I'll be back. We're going to take that coffee break for now, and I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Bye. ¡Hostia! Reni, que el árbitro está jugando slots y se ve porque tiene una cámara atrás, todo el mundo se está riendo de... Le voy a decir a Vlad que le diga que no juegue, que se ve todo lo que hace. Está jugando... Míralo aquí, está jugando slots. Mira, está jugando algo.
¿Y qué cosa es slot?
Hello guys, I am back. Did I scare you off? Did I scare you off earlier? So what has happened here? I'm back with my coffee. So what else has happened? Do we have anything new happening here? I have no information about how he's doing, but he's been advised. Bad things have happened. Ellen has finished, because I think... Has Ellen finished? She has, because she is on Instagram. She's just like my photo. So Ellen must have finished. Oof. This was not... This was not nice. Bishop h4, the move that we were wondering about. Knight f6. And exactly what Renier said. Queen e2. Queen e8. And here bishop f6. Is this so bad now? Pawn takes. Okay, pawn takes makes sense, no? Because she kicks the knight out. And she can go rook g8 maybe. She kicks the knight out, but yes, g4 happens. So this was my question. I think the same thing happens if she takes with the rook, right? Rook takes. And here she doesn't need to take on c6, so my guess is that g4 anyway. And now looks ugly. But maybe with the pawn on f6 this can be different. Now g4 and what to do. This is a complicated position. She took on g4. Let me see what happened first. She took on g4, but then queen takes. And is this over? Oh, it's over because bishop h7. So if she takes, then rook g1 is the idea. And white wants mate, and white wants mate. But this must be too late already, right? Because king f7 and bishop h7 looks really bad. So difficult to play these positions with black. I know I had to play this against a very strong grandmaster, something very similar. He played with f4, bishop g3 and g4, and it felt like he was going to crash me at any moment. I was surprised that I survived so much. I even had some chances at some point, but I know it's super difficult to play this. g4, so what does she have to play here then? Because pawn takes is coming, and rook g1 and queen h5. This looks scary already. I don't know what black can do, if she can do anything. There must be something. What if I run? I lose the pawn on f5. That's what happens if I run. And then I take on d4. I can't even run, can I? C takes d4 and black is slightly better. C takes d4. And what if we take on f5? And take on e3 maybe? But I was worried about this check here on g4. And now king h8 maybe. And there's no bishop h7. This still looks very scary, but probably high eccentric horse. All good, thank you. How are you? So maybe like that. And king h8 now. Because you open the center, so okay. But what if white takes? No, that's not here, but takes here. So how is this different from what Ellen played? What do I do now? On c takes d4. Because if she takes on g4, still queen g4. And could I try to play e5 maybe? Just open the center before anything else happens. So, you know, take one of these. Doesn't really matter, I think. Now if pawn takes, the bishop is closed, at least. And I'm going to take and open the center. And if bishop takes, the queen is blocked. Also good news. So I'm still taking here, right? Yes, e5. e5 is probably the move, no? It looks like e5 should be played. You want to open the center. Wonder if you can play e5 right away. Probably the difference is that here... I was thinking that maybe you don't open the center and you have to take here first. But... take on c5 maybe first and then take on f5. Not clear. Maybe take here. No, because if all this captures, then queen takes. e5 is probably the counterplay, right? Maybe c takes d4, but maybe e5 right away as well. Now looks good for black, yes. It does look good for black, but you can also go down really fast, as it happened in the game. Yes, tough game for Ellen today. But she will come back, won't she? Where is Narvamai? Let me see. We did look at her game. How is she doing now? Ah, yes, we looked at this game. How did this continue? What happened here? Rook c6, bishop f3 played, rook c7. This is where we left the game, and we were looking at b3, but then wondering about b5. However, b5 was looking a little loose, right? So she didn't play b3, she plays c5. Okay, because now when you take the pawn, you don't have this rook to the b file ideas. So takes, and takes on b7, and this is the position now. a5 played. And it feels like black escaped a little bit. Her position was a little bit more difficult before. Yes, she clearly missed bishop h7 in the game, in Ellen's game. Yep. Just checking out the chat here, see what is going on. Necessary move, playing e5, probably, yeah. But sometimes these things happen and you just get... You start seeing ghosts over the board. Okay, so what will white play now? Castles is next. Can we put more pressure here? Like knight a4. Can I do that? And on rook c2 I wanted to play rook c1. But on knight a4 just rook c7. I wanted to activate my rooks and attack a5 somehow. But maybe not so easy to do that. It looks a little better for white because of the 2 versus 1. That's what I was thinking and trying to use them. But how am I going to bring my pieces out first? That's why I wanted to play knight a4 here, because I wanted to bring the rook on c1 with tempo. So for example on rook c2, my idea was that if I go rook c1 and rook takes, this pawn on a2 is not hanging, because in the end there's rook c8 check and you win the rook on h8. And if I get to do this for free, if I get something like this to play rook c5, put this pawn on b3, I think white is doing very well, right? But rook c2 is not necessary here, and rook c7 was the move that's a little bit annoying. Maybe I play bishop a6 to keep an eye on c8. But there's bishop c4 now. No, on bishop c4 I'll play rook c1. No, there's no bishop c4. Castles and rook c1. Okay, but now I'm losing a2, so this is slightly different. This is slightly different now. How can I put more pressure here? Yes, knight a4, rook c7, no? Yes. And now rook c1, rook b7, I don't have rook c8. After the take on a2, here, in this position, rook c5. Yes, you take the pawn on a5, but I wanted to take it without giving up the pawn on a2. That's all. Maybe rook d8 first to threaten rook d1. I can even play knight c3 and rook a5. But this is not, yeah, this is fine. And bishop c4. Okay. Okay, maybe we can play this endgame, no? Here, what do I play? Maybe knight c3. And takes on a5 and rook d2. How is this? b4. I'm still going to get threats here. If I play b4, rook c2, there are still threats here. Wait, we can improve on this, right? On rook d8. What do I play now? f3 I don't like because of a check, and rook d2. Okay, but b2 is defended. So I can try f3 here. Take on a5 instead of knight c3, and what if... Oh, okay. I'd missed that. You're right. On bishop c4, rook a8 is mate. That's true. White mates first. Agreed. So I can take on c5. On a5. On rook d1, just bishop f1, and then rook a8 mate. Okay, I can do that. And we want to play this position with a passed pawn. Yes, we can play this position with passed pawn. Is castles even necessary? Probably not. No, probably not necessary. So here I played castles, but king e7. And then there are no mating threats. So if we play the same line, now bishop a2, rook c5, rook d8, rook e5 is a check now, bishop e6. And then you win both pawns, I think. Rook d8 maybe here. And what if check? Bishop e6 or king f8? Let's try king, bishop e6. Let bishop e6, knight c5 maybe. Is there anything better? Rook a5, rook d1 works now. And I wanted to take a5, not e5, but rook c1 played, so none of this will happen. Rook c1, and this was actually suggested earlier, right? Rook c1 with the idea of knight a4 maybe. So if king e7, this could transpose, because on knight d5 I could take. Could I take? Rook c7, king d6. I could take. Yeah. So king e7. King e7 anyway. But I'm guessing that white could play like this as well, right? Why give up the pawn on a2? And now wants to play knight a4. Unless my bishop, unless she has time for rook c8, so maybe here. And on bishop a6, rook b6. Yes, knight d5 is never happening. And then rook c6. She played castles here. And b3. This makes sense. Now you want to keep both pawns and then play against the pawn on a5. Let's see if black can get her pieces out though. Rook b8 now. I wanted to keep my bishop here, but still here. Knight a4, rook takes c1, and c8 is guarded. So what do I do on rook b1? Rook b8 maybe. Bella has a winning move. Let's see, she had a great position, so let me just check this game out. And this was the winning move, because if here we take here, yes, right? No, have to count the pieces first. It's 2 pieces for the rook, so here, and takes. Yeah, I take here, so I'm a piece up. Queen takes d7, rook takes, this one is hanging. This one's hanging here. And if bishop d7, you take on a8, and this one is hanging here in the end. But how did they get to this position? How did this knight come out? Let me just briefly check that. I saw it here, knight b5, here. So we left it on rook c2, and here she plays knight c5. Like we were saying, black needs to do something, so... takes. And now she takes on c5, because she has no good square to keep the knight defended. Yes. So that's why she needs to take twice here. Pawn takes. And white has 2 pieces for the rook, but at least black can play. That was the point. And here knight c4. And knight e5 is a threat. I win the pawn on d5. And this is why this is winning. I have no real good move. d5 has to stay defended as well. Yeah, this looks very good for white. I don't even have this move, no? Because of knight e5. And it all comes with tempo. One of the rooks is always hanging. So non-world champion Tarash was right after all. Apparently. Apparently he was right after all. You have a bad piece and your whole position is bad. Anything else happening here? I was being told that things happening here. Lara is doing well. Yeah. How did this happen? Okay, so f4 played. And this position, bishop g4, this position we thought was not so great. f5, exactly the way we were looking at. Rook e8, and here rook d1 played. Renier had suggested rook f1, but still we were looking at ideas with g5, no? I think, what did we play here? I think queen f7 is what we thought. Yeah, queen f7. Knight f3, g5, but rook d1 was played and queen f7. And this knight goes to e5. Knight f3, she takes here, and rook e3. Looking good. Queen e7 coming next. King g2, I guess, because on bishop g2, queen e7. Big threats here. So let's try king g2. Maybe I could still go here, because now I'm threatening rook e2. And the rook on d1 is hanging. I don't know if it works, but it looks nice, rook e2. How is rook d2 here? Bishop c3, I guess. If something like this, bishop c3, no? And the rook goes on e1 and the queen goes on e3, play on the dark squares. And I think should be enough. So what will white play now? Queen f4 is also an option. But to queen f4 also queen e7. Looks good. Can you play b4 to defend c5 and the rook? Here. Here, b4 to defend everything. You can. But it's still... rook f1 was played. Rook f1 just played. It shouldn't be good if you have to stay so passive. What about queen e7 anyway? Am I losing things here on c6? Queen e8 I can play, so I'd skip c6 defended. Don't know if I'm threatening anything with queen to the e file. What else can black try here? I think queen e8 makes sense, no? Bishop d5, all defended. And what do I want next? I'm not sure, but what does white do? Queen a7 maybe. That queen looks horrible there. Can play bishop d4 and prepare rook f3. I'm thinking about this, no? Queen a7, something like bishop d4. And I was just preparing a move like rook f3. Takes, give a check, king g2, and here queen e2 because there's no rook f2, which was bothering me before. Now here, and I can take the rook. If there's nothing better, I don't think there's a perpetual. And it looks okay. White can take another pawn, but this king is horrible. Queen e8 played. I don't think queen a7 is a problem here. Bishop d4. Yes, no bishop d5. I also looked at bishop d5, but the queen is defended, so nothing happening, no. She's very inspired, finding the best moves. But what if white waits? I don't know how she can wait exactly because it's not so easy, but like something like king g2, no? Don't take on a7. I was wondering how to make progress. What do I do here? Could she at some point throw h5, h4 to open the king a little more? Maybe play g5 first, h5, h4. Queen e5 is another move that looks tempting, but then queen takes c6. Give me just a second. One moment. Okay, just had to answer an urgent message. So here king g2, queen e5, but what I don't like about this is queen c6 if I try to enter on the dark squares. So this is the only problem that I have. What else can I try here? g5, h5, g4? That's what I was thinking, to try to open the king a little more. g5, h5, h4. Looks like a good plan at this moment. The only thing you have to see is queen a7, but I guess the bishop d4 idea is always there. However, now with the king on g2, I don't have... Oh, but I have rook e2 after bishop d4. So, I'm looking at this on queen a7, wondering if this is the same. Not the same, but now... Okay, if I take here... Oh, I can still take. I can still take because this queen e4 is mate. Ah, very nice then, if rook takes f3 works anyway. And if rook takes queen e2. Same thing, even better, because now with the pawn on g5... Oh, wait, is it better? Check. Here, check. Earlier I could hide here, but now I don't think I'm hiding anymore. Check. Queen h5, check. King h5, another check. What's happening? King h3. Let me go slower here. Maybe I have a good in-between move. g4 takes h5. Aha, this is interesting. But I'm giving up all my pawns. h5, and here I have bishop e5. And if here I can take the rook, I have no more pawns, but I'm hoping to checkmate. King h6, king h6, bishop e3, king g6, queen g4, and mate. Okay, queen g5 is mate immediately. And here, no, this cannot be right, can it? White should not be allowed to survive this. Check. King g6. If I go check, king takes f6. Bishop d4, king e6. No, this cannot be right. The thing is that this is a checkmate, so I don't have time for any other moves, do I? What do I do here? I missed something, no? I must have missed something here, because this long line, I take on f3, so that is a perpetual, right? With queen d8 and queen e7. Okay, king g2 was played. And here we were looking at g5 and wondering what if queen f7. I suggested bishop d4, queen takes, and here I was very happy about my rook takes f3. I was very happy that this still works. But then check, king h3, and then I noticed that if here this is a perpetual. Can this be true? So then I was trying to go g4. But the tournament page, you have it ecowomen2021.ro. You have it in the video. And that's where you will find all the pairings and a link to the chess results. Let me see if I can paste it here for you. Here it is. This is the official tournament page, and you will find links to chess results, probably also pictures, everything you need, no problem. g5 and h5 looks crushing, so I don't sacrifice my rook here on f3. You're saying that I should not take on f3 and I shouldn't play bishop d4 and just go ahead and play h5. Yes, because now takes here g4. This looks good. This looks very good, I have to admit, because rook e2, and where is this bishop going? If you have to play bishop d1, this is bad news, yeah? queen e4. Okay, let me double check this. Queen e4, king g1. And now, maybe I don't give this check because my queen protects my king. And I don't allow any unnecessary checks. Maybe I can do something. Rook e2 comes to mind, but rook f2 is always defending. So what if I start like this again, bishop d4, with the idea of rook e2? Bad news is that white doesn't have to take. No, she has to take. Okay, after rook e2 she will have to take. Okay, this looks very bad for white. Very, very bad. So no taking unnecessary pawns. Then just, okay, not bishop d4, we said h5. Let me put this, make this main line. Since this was, let's see if she plays it, right? Let's see if she plays g5 first, because this is the position on the board, and g5 is what we were looking at. Can you stop h5 with white? Only if you play g4, but I will still play h5. And I don't think g4 is a move that you want to play to give up all the dark squares. Instead of g4, even bishop d4, it does work. Bishop d4 works. And how is the winning line? g5, bishop a7, bishop d4, queen c7. I really want to play rook takes f3 here. Please tell me that rook takes f3 works. h5. So it's just transposing to the other line with h5 right away. I was so eager on taking here. I like this idea that I still have a mate on e4. Even if king takes. Okay, so just h5 and push the pawns. Yeah. But what can white do if she doesn't go after the a7 pawn? I mean after g5? Could she try some counterattack with h4? Or queen g4? Yeah. A little cramped, but if it holds, no? Maybe now I can go queen e5. Try to get my queen in. But then something like h4 might be there on queen e5. No g5, rook c3 played. None of this is going to happen. Rook c3, she just plays simple with rook c2. I guess ideas with queen e3 and rook c2, rook takes c5 is also a threat. Wait. And bishop d5 is possible now. And bishop d5 actually works. King g7. What? Queen c6? What am I missing? There's a check here, but I play rook f2. No. There's a check here. I play king h3. And there's queen e2. But I defend. Ha, queen h5 mate. Haha. Okay. Okay. So king h1. King h1. What do I do here? Queen e2 anyway. Bishop g2. What is going on now? Rook c1, you just... No, rook c1 cannot be the answer to this. I can of course take on c6 and take on c5. But I was just looking for more. Maybe there's nothing more? So bishop d5 did happen. Instead, bishop takes d5. Wait, sorry, I was missing something. No, rook king g7. So, rook c3. What about rook f2? You mean here, rook f2? That does protect everything, but why don't I take this pawn? It's the big question. And take this pawn as well. She for sure has something prepared. I'm sure that she has something prepared here. It must be rook c2. And here king h1, so there are no extra checks. And now queen e2 is the only thing that I can see, but bishop g2, and then I can't see anything else. And then I can see this, but here this looks drawish. Put the bishop on e6. So, what happens in this position? Rook f2 attacks bishop b2 with tempo. Oh, okay, so you mean rook f2 here, attack this bishop here, and forget about rook c2, and then you take on d5. Right. Rook c3 looks a little weird, right? Bishop c1, what do I have to play here with black? Or are there any other tactics? If I have to play bishop c1, bishop d5, king g7, now I can even take with the bishop on c6 and hope to keep my pawns. And something like queen d4 is there and takes here. Don't know if I have to take c6. I'm just wondering if there aren't any in between moves like this with the idea of taking, and this on f6 is hanging. Okay, board 36. Who is playing on board 36? We have looked at board 36 before. Yes. Dina Belenkaya versus Andrea Kosman. And the white king stays in the center. Count the pieces. I've learned my lesson. So 2 pieces for a rook. How are the pawns? Equal. No. Black has an extra pawn. So let me first see how this all happened. I left it here on queen g4. And yes, I was wondering pawn takes e5. Rook g1. Bishop f6. Queen takes e6. King h8 and play for the initiative with a pawn on f4. Very similar to the positions that we were looking at. Bishop f4. Okay, and now takes. She plays here, threatening to take on c3. I thought she wanted to take on f4. Not sure if that worked, but let's see this. Check. 93. This does look dangerous. Here, rook d8 threats. Queen b5, defending, but then c4. Insisting on the knight d3 idea. Something like this. And if king f1, just take here on f2. So bishop e2. Very good defense here. And what if I take on d3 now? With a pawn? And trying to get knight f3. Maybe that doesn't help. There's a queen a1 check there, so how do I get that? And does that help me? King e2. Maybe. So what if I take, check? What does white do now? King e2, problem solved. Knight d4. King f1, problem solved because I take on d2. And king d1. Here is where I wanted to see if I have queen a1. But there's queen b1 on queen a1. So, no, actually there's no queen b1. There's no queen b1. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I thought I have this move here. Yes, I do have this move. Knight c4, b5. And I win this bishop. Let me go back, see if there's anything else. There's bishop b1, but then I still play rook d8. Want to take here. Knight c4 maybe. Oh, there was knight f1 in the other line as well, wasn't it? Here, rook d8, knight f1. On knight h4, rook h2. Take d3, knight f3. Wait. So around town, are you looking for the pairing? If you are looking for the pairing and the standings, they are on chess results, and I can paste you the link that you have directly from the website. This is today's round, and you'll find more there. Rook e8. With a threat of rook e1. That's a very, very nice threat, rook e8. And what if I move my king out of there? Rook e8. So this is a big threat, taking the knight on f1. No, none of this will happen because she didn't take on d3. She played a6. And I'm going to see what happened now. But this position is very resourceful. So, where do I go out of the pin? If king c1, you'll just take here. No, you won't. And rook e1, I thought you might. You might actually do that. Take here, check, here, and here. And if I go here, you'll take, and rook e2. Rook e8 is very nice. Very difficult to see also here, rook e8. And how was the game played? On bishop e2 she played a6. Okay, yes, because where is the queen going? She wants to take on d3 for free. Queen b4 played. Queen b1 was still defending the pawn. But let me check this position out. So now if I take here, that's her idea. Does she want to play bishop d1? Maybe this is the plan. I'm wondering about knight f3 in this position. And try to get my queen in, but you don't have to take. I wanted this. And if takes, queen takes, I want to take g2 and I want to mate on e2. There's king f1, and here I was going to think again. But queen a2 looked tempting. However, she just might escape on g1. Maybe not enough. So here bishop d1. What else do I have? What else do I have here? Takes, and rook e3 is a threat. Rook, what? Knight f3? So here, oh, taking on h3, you mean here, yeah. King f1. And takes on h3, yeah. Take on h3, no? Okay. This looks good then. Knight f3, I don't have to take. Can go king f1, but then something on e3. If I take on d2, queen takes, defends e3. But maybe I can try something like queen a1 again. And threaten to take on e3. Not sure if it works. Knight g6 to go knight f4 or knight h4. Knight h4 is another idea. and rook h2 I have to play. Okay, c takes d3, bishop d1 is played, and I expect to see knight f3 here. I expect to see knight f3 in this position. That must be her idea. Knight f3. So on bishop f3 we thought that knight queen takes f3, king f1, and here just taking on h3 looks enough. There are so many pawns. And she has to watch out for f2, queen h1. Looks really bad. And if king f1, then knight h4 was the answer, or queen a1? Queen a1 also looked good. I thought the only thing was bishop c3 here. And what do I do now? So maybe knight h4, but then rook h2. Nothing there, no? On bishop c3. Yeah. I was hoping to have some tactics, but probably nothing. So here after knight h4, rook h2, what do I have? This rook on h2 is hanging. Can I use that? You know, I have an idea now here. I don't know if it works, but it looks really nice. Rook e4 here. But probably just queen c3. And that's all. So you couldn't take because knight d2. And on queen c3, on queen c3 nothing, no? This was an idea, but I can't make it work. Maybe I can still play rook f4 anyway. I was hoping to have this in between move here, but king e1. Not so fun, no. I don't want to trade queens, to be honest. I can take on d2, but queen takes, rook f4, I'm not threatening anything. Looks like black is so much better, but I still haven't found the way to go. Does rook e3 work? I thought bishop e3. And do I play queen a1 now? But that bishop can be defended. What do I do then? If this doesn't work, I'm not sure. Ah, the rook on f8 is also hanging, right. On queen a1 this is mate. Yes, that's true. This doesn't work at all. But okay, b5 played. Yes, I also wondered about this move with the idea of knight c4, but I was trying to be faster than that. And now bishop c3 played. Okay, they're playing on the increment, at least white is, so I think we can stay with this game, which is very interesting now. And bishop c3, what do I do? I can still do knight f3, king f1. Or knight f3, king f1 now. Oh no, you can also take. And take on g7. This is something that I'd like to avoid. So no more knight f3. But d2 is now an option. And we have to wonder, does d2 work? Because you don't have this, since knight d3 wins the queen, but you can take with the king. So what happens here? Feels like I gave up that pawn on d3 and I'm not getting much back. Maybe rook d8. So you could only go to e2 or c2, because to any other move, knight d3. Okay, but my queen is also hanging. Well, at least I win a piece, right? So knight d3 will work. So if king e1, I'm not winning the entire queen. Let's say king f1, but I win a piece. So this is good for, this should be good for black. If there's nothing better, there's at least this move. So d2, king takes, rook d8, king c2. What if the king tries to run to the queen side? Now I have no checks because of that knight on e3. No checks at all? Okay, if I have no checks at all, then nothing, no? Bishop c3 was a great move, I agree, yes. Bishop c3 looks like a very strong move here. I'm just trying to win immediately, that's why I played e2, but you know, here you can think about playing something else. Like rook d8. With the idea of going d2. Too slow. Rook f7 played. She wants knight f3 with rook f7, and she wants to have g7 defended. She wants this move. Oh, and now there's no mate on f8, so all these lines that we were looking at some point, when you move the queen, there's no mate. But king f1. Rook f7 does look very slow. But she probably couldn't find anything. King f1 played. I would really like to get out of that pin. With maybe queen c6. But it looks like at least white is not getting mated. Rook c8 maybe. Yeah. Just... I don't know about rook c8, but what if I get my queen out? Okay, maybe not there. Let's attack h3, right? Let's play queen h6. Attack here and attack here. Got king g1. I'll take on h3 though. How is queen h6? What brand of water do I drink? Solan de Cabras. I love the bottle. Mainly. Also, you might recognize it from Real Madrid's press conferences. Big sponsors. But that's not the reason why I have it. Laura is losing now. I'll be back at this game. I'm curious on what Andrea plays here. So this was board. I just want to go back to it. What board is this? 36. And Laura, where is she? 8. Bishop d5 was played, right? Rook f2, like you guys suggested, and bishop d5. Now taking on g6. Yeah, because there's something on f6 and this rook on c3. Queen e5. This doesn't look good, does it? Bishop g5, h4, and bishop d8. She managed to defend everything. Does h5 work? Probably not, because the king is coming out. With king h3, king g4 maybe. This is difficult now, no? King to g4 and let's mate, right? That's what I was thinking. King to g4 and try to mate. It's not that obvious though how you mate. Even if you get all the way to g4. How is board 36 doing? And knight g6. Wait, queen c6 was played. This is the move that I first wanted to play, but then I discovered queen h6. Was queen h6 anything? Oh, queen h6, knight g4 idea. So what if I take here, no? Now if rook takes knight g4 and takes on e5. That's what I might have missed. And if I take here, then you take here. And I lose my queen. So probably that's one of the reasons why she didn't go for queen h6 and knight g6. Okay, this is advancing very fast. King g1, a5. She's going for b4. And if I take, what? Something must be hanging here, but I'm not sure what. A knight f4 idea, something. What is happening on bishop a5? Was bishop a5 played? No, a3 was played. Probably something very bad is happening now on bishop a5. Something that I'm completely missing. Rook e3 and no. Knight f4 looks very good though. Knight f4 and knight h3. I don't know if there's anything more. Knight h4. Ah, knight h4. Maybe knight h4. But I'm not going to f3, no? Knight f4 looks good. Rook h2. And some checks on the g file. Maybe. Maybe there's something better. Okay. Crazy position still, but she plays a3. So this is what we have now. And board 30. I will check board 30 as well. What can black do here? How about knight f... Oh, okay, so she wants to get the bishop out of c3 to play knight f4, because if she plays knight f4 right away, g7 is hanging. So I guess that's why she plays a5, and with the idea of b4. And she plays b4 anyway, but now I can take with my queen and still knight f4. No, no, no. Takes knight f4, I can take on g7. And you can play king g8. Because the rook on g2 is hanging. Because if I take, this knight would be hanging here on g4. So maybe take on g7 first and take f4, no? Like that. And she does play queen takes b4. Time, yes, low time makes this so much more difficult. And knight f4, I'm pretty sure she wants to go for... Oh, bishop g7 or rook takes g7. Rook takes g7, she still has knight h3 check. No, she plays queen b7. Oh, but now after queen b7, she can't be hoping for mate anymore. She's too slow here, no? I'm starting to like white more and more. I think the only... Oh, she had to keep queens on the board. Queen b7 is already... No, queen b7? I guess. Is the rook on b7 so terrible? Rook b1? I was hoping to get my king out. Get my bishop out maybe with bishop h5 later. Hit on g7. I'm not very happy about this trade of queens. And if knight f4 didn't work here after queen b4, then this whole idea of b4 was probably wrong. But yes, they are very low on time here, so it was very difficult to calculate everything. No, I don't think she flagged. I think the board is lagging. It's happened before that we suddenly get a few moves. Yeah, and there we have 3 moves. Queen a4 played here and queen g4. And now it's white who's trying to attack, no? She wants to put pressure on g7. Okay, let me briefly look at board 30. Another rook endgame. Haven't I just seen yesterday a rook endgame in Bianca's game? So rook b2 played. Pawn up for black. She will take b7. So, what if I take here? Oops. No, I meant take on d5. She takes here. If I take on f5, rook takes c7 is unclear. If I could only take on f5 without giving up that pawn. Rook takes d5 played. Rook b7 will probably have this position on the board right now. If I play rook d7, then she wants to play c6, no? And you're not going to take f5, but still these pawns advance. She played rook f7. Yes, that makes a lot more sense because now rook takes f5. This is what I was looking for. A way to take the f5 pawn. This looks bad for white now. Because she will lose f5 and she can't take c7. even if she pushes c6 at some point, you know, this rook will stay attacking that pawn. And besides, this rook also has to stay here and defend f1. c6 played. I was expecting this, and now takes here. I don't think she has time for, you know, rook d1 or rook a1. The only chance would be to become active, bring the rooks, try to give a perpetual, or try to get the pawn on c7. So maybe something like rook d7 could be tried, right? For example, if black goes h5, here we might play rook d7, or because on rook d7 I have to be careful with checks. Checks here, but I could give this check first on d8, king g7, and rook d7 now to have this one pinned. She might be looking for ideas like this. Now rook f1, king g2. At least then she takes on c7, and she has some hopes with this pawn on c7. But on rook d1, my first thought it was that I could play, oh, on rook f6, rook d7 right away. I wanted this, but then maybe rook d7 right away. Rook f1, king g2. Okay, can I check a few moves back to see if black missed a free knight in this game, right? Oh, wow. What has happened here? This was another crazy game. f4, knight takes, bishop f3, bishop h3, I mean. Okay, if I take the pawn, the knight on f3. So did black miss a free knight? Takes here. Knight g3. Queen g4, knight f5. Okay, can't take because of queen g2. Knight e5. Queen d4 check, rook f2. She could have taken on e5, but she takes this one. Is this the game that we're talking about? She could have taken here, but it's just winning the piece back anyway. Knight d3 or queen e5. She takes the bishop. Queen d3, and that's how we got. Or was it earlier? I'm not sure. Maybe you could tell me exactly what move it was. Here. I think she could have taken on e5, but knight d3 also wins the piece, no? Here, unless I'm winning everything now. Because I'm taking on d5, but maybe bishop c4. Yeah, but this looks very good as well. Queen e3 comes to mind, and rook f5. Queen e3 and rook f5. So here I'm attacking the rook. and then I want to take on f5. I guess this is also fine. And this, I don't know how this... Let me see the position now. How did the end? Rook d1 played. And wait, how is the king on g7? Because something else was played. Rook f7 here. Oh, she played king g7 without taking on f5. Ah, that's clever because you don't allow rook d1. That's very clever. So now in the same position you have an extra tempo, and now you do get to play rook c5. Because on rook d7 this rook is defended. So you can actually take this pawn on c6. This was a clever move order from black. Yeah. I think this is winning. Should be easily winning. What else? Board 36 reaches move 40, but how is the position on the board? On complicated. The rook on g2 is pinned, so am I threatening to take on f2 now? It looks like I'm threatening to take on f2. And yes. Yes, d3 is hanging, but rook takes d2 is coming. Rook takes f2 is coming. This is not so clear anymore. At least white, I mean black is no longer playing for a win, no attack. Now I like, kind of like white. Still have to be careful with the pawn on f2. My king is not 100% safe, and this is a threat that I always have to watch out for. Does she have to play king g1 now? But on king g1, what if knight f4 anyway? It is much better than the king on e1. The king on f1 and h1 is definitely much better. So here what happens on knight f4? Do I just play rook g3? There's nothing on g7, and I was worried about that. But maybe I can play like this. And knight e2, I'm still not threatening much. Bishop takes, pawn takes. And king g and rook g2 can defend. How is this? You have to take, I take. And now, oh, I'm not threatening to take. I'm never threatening to take. I'm only threatening to give a check here and play e1. But that shouldn't be enough. Just defend e1. Knight g2 or knight c2. Knight g2 so that the queen is cut as well. Very unclear. Let's see. I think king g1 will be played here. I'm not sure what else. How are the first boards doing? So here we have an endgame, which seems to be better for white, but the question is if it is enough to win. Black might block a no. If I try to bring my king to d4, black will have knight c6 check. How did they get here? How was this? and rook c1. A lot of pressure here. b5, and now she goes knight b2. Takes this knight, she keeps her knights, and then blocks with b4, gets the square c5, and brings the knight. Yes. And king c7. Another interesting endgame. So, how am I going to try and win this? Could try to bring my knight to f4 maybe. And somehow my king maybe I could try to play h5 at some point. I don't know when. I was thinking something like knight e2 and knight f4, but you could just defend with king d6. Yes, creating a second weakness is step 1, and I think that's why she played h4 to have h5 at some point. And she played knight e2. No, she didn't play knight e2. Hold on, she played knight d3. She wants an endgame where she can dominate the bishop, but black will probably avoid that. She can play knight c4 here. So she probably wants something like this, where your knight is a monster and this bishop is very bad. And in this case you can bring the king to d4 and play on dark squares. This knight will stay on c5, probably fixing the bishop, and try to find a second front of attack. It should be difficult for black to defend. Not impossible, but very difficult. So here I expect black to keep the knight. Play knight c4 maybe. And then maybe king c3. And is she getting to d4 now? Is this the plan? So maybe now she can replace the knight, something like knight b3 and king to d4. Since there's no knight c6 check to keep my king out. Let's say that black waits. Something like this. Let's just make some waiting moves and get my king to d4. This could be the plan. King c6. Now you defend, but knight f4 is there. Or knight c5 first, with the idea of knight f4. And you don't have, but even here knight f4. Yeah, bishop b7, knight c5. Okay, so where does this knight go? c4 looks like a nice square, but it's also a square that doesn't give you a lot of freedom. Where do you go from there? Maybe you can defend with a knight on b6. Now in this line. Here knight f4, knight like this, knight b6. Still knight to c5. Black will suffer because white has so many ideas. Even bringing this knight to e5 should be one, but okay, this knight will stay on c4. I'm not sure about h5 yet because of g5. And the bishop controls the light squares. King f4, king to f4, and g4, g5. So knight c4 played and king c3. Yeah, I don't know how the king to f4 helps me, even if I play g4, g5. If black stays with the pawn on h5, how are you going to break through? Let's see what else. So here Bella won. We saw knight c4 and knight e5, and here she just loses d5, and the two pieces are very strong. Yeah, took all the pawns, and here she gets another one. Nice in between move. Bishop f7, and now it's two extra pawns. Rook c7 is a threat, and push this pawn. a6, e4. Yeah, and here black resigned. It's just too much. And Elena Danielian won. So my prediction about Danielian being a strong candidate is true. And Renier's also. According to Renier, Bella will win, right? So she's one step closer to that. How did this happen? What was the last position that we saw here? We saw it early, very early. After knight g4, rook d1. Oh, and here she played f5. But here we thought that knight d4 was a big threat, right? Knight d4 and e5. But she actually played knight g4 to play f5. Well, we thought that this was the idea, but she played f5. And now e5. Yeah. e5 was going to happen sooner or later. Queen d5 check. And now she plays c5. Because pieces are hanging here, right? If takes, I will take... Which one do I take? Because if I take here, you take on f3. So I'm going to take this one first. Yes, I'm going to take this one first. Now I'm going to take this one second. And in the end, I'm going to take on e5. Right. g5, bishop c1. And now e takes f3. Very nice. No, this is a typical idea. C takes d6. Rook d8 played. And f4. Yes. Takes on g5, very nice game. Very, very nice game. Takes on d6 and rook d1. Knight d5. Bring the knight in. g5 is loose. How are you going to defend? Bishop h6. And then she goes here. Playing on both flanks. Knight c7. Yeah, she wants to take the bishop on e6, bishop pair. c6 is also hanging there. Bishop a2 and queen b7. I guess there's nothing happening, no? Because the knight on c6 is hanging. Knight e5, queen c8. It's also a wild game, but she seems to have it all under control. King is very open, and now she wins the bishop on a2. Rook b7, just move the queen away. And rook takes d6, game over. Because... Oh, because of a knight f5 in the end. Because knight f5 in the end. She just goes for the endgame. And black resigned. I think a very nice game here. She won a very good game. We have another white win. Lela Javakishvili won on board 4. So she will move on 6 points, right? Yes, 6 points. Yep, this is still being played. What is happening here? Queen c6 played, and it's black to play. At this point I can take on c6 and play rook e6, and white wants to play rook d7. That's the point, right? If I take here, rook c6, you go here. Take here, and she takes on f7. And maybe c4, unclear. Did I go too fast here? Rook e6? No, I think rook d7 is the only try. Okay, this will be another interesting rook endgame. I think rook f4 can be played. And b4 hanging. If rook b6, I want my rook on c4 and get my king out. Yeah, let's see what black plays here. She can also just keep the queen on d6, right? Bring maybe the king closer. Maybe king g6, and then she's threatening to take on c6. How is king g6 here? Now if white lets me take, I'll be able to play rook e6. And if white takes this, I will also be happy to play this against this pawn on d5, rook e2, rook e1 coming. So I'm guessing that white should move her queen out. Not allow this. Maybe queen b7, maybe no, queen a8 maybe to bring no big threats. Maybe about equal. But feels like black is slightly pushing here. She can try rook e2, attack on c2, attack on f2. It will be interesting to see what happens. And Laura lost here. The game is over. Bishop e4, and how did white win it? Rook f8. Oh, and that just won the pawn. No need for bringing the king then. Yeah. Rook c3 seems to have been the big blunder. She must have missed something here. Maybe she simply forgot about the pin on c6. Since the rook was also defending, sometimes it happens. You just forget that a pawn will be hanging. Diamante. This probably looks good for white, and there are no threats here, no big threats against the white king. And if nothing happens against my king, then this should be very, very strong. It's black to play. So here white is threatening things like this, I guess. Rook h4, rook h8. Also rook e4 and queen e8. Simpler. Feels like Diamante is going to win this. How is this game going? Where did we leave it? Knight c3, rook e8. Was it here? Yes, it was around here. Bishop f8. And we were thinking that this was a little more comfortable for black. Queen g3, and here queen d7, exactly as predicted. Not allowing bishop d6 and not allowing knight b5. And then h3, rook c8. And bishop c4. Okay. Not so sure about this. Queen d1. Yeah, because this bishop has to come out of there. This pins the knight, b4, and she goes bishop c4 anyway. And knight d5. What is going on here? Queen c4. She wants to take a3. I guess that's the point. That this pawn on a3 is hanging, but why am I not taking it right away? What's happening? What exactly is happening here? Why don't I take on a3? I don't think there's anything happening. She plays queen c4, knight c7 now. And she takes this one. I thought the plan was to take the one on a3 because you bring the bishop back and then you just want to push the pawn, but there might be something that I'm missing. I'm not sure. Queen c4, knight c7, played queen d4. And now queen d7. Okay, Irina will try to keep the pawn on a3. And Mihaela will try to get it, of course. She's looking for an endgame because here, no, this would be really nice. The knight is attacked and a3 will fall. So queen b6. I think Mihaela is doing well here. Queen e6, queen d8. But Irina is not allowing anything. So yeah, tough game here for white. She will need to defend precisely. It's very easy to make mistakes. I'm not sure. How should black play here? Can I try to bring my queen? Like queen e1, king h2, and queen c3. I guess my bishop on d5 will be undefended, and something there happening. Something with the bishop on f8 happening as well. Ideas with knight f5, right? Could be there. So if I just go crazy like this, go after this pawn, no? I wonder if knight f5 ideas work. Because now knight e7 is a threat, and this bishop is hanging. So you probably just can't go like this. Simply shouldn't do this. Queen c5, bishop d6. There are big dangers in this position. Maybe queen e7 to try to trade queens. Irina won't, for sure. Maybe queen a5 to queen e7. So it's not so obvious how to... Queen here. You'll just move the queen out. Queen a5, queen b8 is also an option to keep that bishop pinned. Yeah. Let's see how this will go on. So here black won. She won this endgame. Rook f7, c6. Okay, here white resigned. Yeah. Looks hopeless. And here, how is our game going. Not many moves played. Queen b7. Oh, she played f3. This is the only move played. Okay, so knight f4 now. Rook g3, that pawn on f3 might be a little bit... But could I go for my line now? With knight f4 and knight e2? The one that I was going before. Do you and Renier play Entitled Tuesday? We have never played that, no. Not yet. At least. So could I go knight f4 here? And on rook g3, which we played before, now isn't knight e2 more, but she plays queen c8, so don't mind me. Now I'm taking on f3 and want queen b1. No, I'm not taking on f3. I forgot that I'm never taking on f3. So knight g2, the same defense works. Same defense works. Queen c8 played, attacking h3 anyway. So if king h2, she will play knight f4, right? I think she will, because now queen takes h3, so rook g7, queen h3, it looks very dangerous for both sides. That's true. So rook g7, queen h3, king g1, and yeah, I might also get mated on the g file. On g7 with black. Knight e2 possible? No, knight e2 is not possible. What's going on here? I'm not sure what's going on here. Rook g8, you'll take on g8 and queen d8. So this knight f4 might be nothing. King h2, knight f4, rook g7, queen h3, king g1. If I have no good checks, this is losing for black. So I just shouldn't do this at all. King h2 can be played. Maybe she has something better, but king h2 seems to work. Now on queen c8. Okay, I haven't looked at Andrea's game today. How is she doing? Extra pawn. And how is everything else? Everything else looking good, yeah? Things looking good for Andrea today as well. I don't see how black could try to do anything. f5, yeah, that's one move that she can play here. With the idea of knight g5 probably, right? Knight g5, maybe e4, knight f3. So it's not yet over for black. What if, okay, if f4 is also an idea in this position to try to attack g3, I guess. So if I play h4, my guess is that f4 might be annoying. h4 seems necessary, but what if f4? It's true there are so many things hanging as well. Maybe just rook e1 in this position. And white gets to trade queens. The knight has to move away. But I think we have a move. And it's not h4. It's b6. Okay, no fear. And on knight g5? What's the plan? King g2? And on e4? Let's say queen b3 to have everything defended, because if you go someplace else that you don't defend the rook on b1, then let's say queen e3, then knight h3 is there. And on king takes, there's queen g4. Maybe it doesn't work because I don't have to take. I can play b7. Yeah, I don't have to take. But anyway, queen b3 looks more natural. I just want to keep everything defended. Okay, so she's just saying that black cannot really create anything. Knight g5, king g2. What else? h4 maybe. Or maybe not even knight g5, maybe h4. I guess that she wants to play b7. And then takes here. What if I promote? I take on f2. No, don't want to do that, no? Take on f2, king. No, we don't want to get there. Let's say we take here. Yeah, knight takes. Okay, so maybe nothing is really happening. I can promote. Might only look scary. Not sure. But let's see what black plays here. How has this changed? Queen c8, rook g4. Okay. Rook d7, queen b4. So now you can move your knight. Rook b7 played and queen d4. She might just repeat with rook d7. If queen a5, no, but this queen does not belong on a5, I guess. Now she might get rook b1 in this position. We probably don't want to give unnecessary counterplay. Yeah, let's see if she repeats with queen d4. So it's very complicated now. What other games did we have? Board 1. Knight c4, king c3, king d6, knight b3, and bishop f5. Yeah, she wants to trade the bishop. No such thing. bishop c8, go back to defending a6, and the king gets to d4. Okay, so step 1 achieved, knight a3. Now she wants knight c2 to force you out of d4. So what are you going to do with white here? How to keep trying? Maybe knight d2, I was thinking, yes. And maybe you can force, but I don't think I want to trade knights on c4, no? So here check this, knight can go back to a3, and here you can force the knight to c4, but I don't think this is how you want to trade knights, no? You don't want this, I think. The pawn on d5 was a big problem. Now this is a pawn that you have to babysit, so she can go knight c2. Here the knight can come back. I think that this knight is actually headed to f3. And maybe to f4, d4, e2, f4. I'm not sure. Let's see where this knight is going. Deimante, how is she doing? Queen e5, queen c8 was played, and now she goes rook e1. I was going to say that she wants queen e7, but I think that doesn't really work, because the king goes to e8. But she wants queen h5 and queen h8. That is one thing she could want here. This looks very bad for black. And rook h4 is another thing that she could definitely want. I think Deimante will win. How many points does she have? Board 7. She has 5 points, so she will be going on 6. Yeah, very close to the leaders. So here, queen c6, king g6 was played, queen a8. Here she played rook d2. Okay, I was expecting queen c6 back. And f5. Queen c6 back now. Could still play king g6. And queen e8, I guess. And she will want to play f4 at some point. So could she do this? No, queen a8 probably. If f4 here, you will probably take. But rook e4. Queen c6 played. Yeah, king g6. I think king g6. Any moves here? No moves now. Here. Oh, what's going on in this game? Wow, this is such a weird position. It looks like a study. So black just played h4, and right now white could take on b2. So what if I take this pawn? And rook d1 next and try to take d2. But maybe you will play king d3 and king e2. Try to advance the d pawn. I could also advance this pawn all the way, since the rook can never take the pawn. So h3, no? And now it's white's turn to play. So one idea would be to give this check, put my bishop on g7, bring the king up on c3 maybe. Yeah, I could even go after this pawn. No, I think this is winning for black. So maybe now don't take b2, but you can never take this one, can you? King c3. Funny position, this one. Black will most likely win. Here, what do we have? An equal endgame. White is pushing a little bit because she has these two pawns to attack, but it shouldn't be easy to get them. Maybe black can get her rook active and go after the h-pawn or something like this. Rook e8 and rook h8. Go after the pawn on h4. What did Mihaela play here? h5. I think this is where I left it. No, on queen d8 I left it, and I was thinking about queen e7, but she goes bishop c6 here and h5. Yeah, that's a clever idea because she wants to play h4 and the knight on d6 will have no support. So h4. Queen d5, threatening mate, and queen e6 back. Winning some time and hoping to see what white has prepared. So what if white just waits with queen b8? Does she want to go to e2? She's not really waiting, is she? She's preparing dangerous ideas here. Queen e2 and bishop takes f3. So queen e2 is the threat. We have to defend that. I think that if she gets queen e2 can be annoying. So maybe I can play queen c7, but bishop d5. And how does this help? I was wondering if I could give up a pawn here, something like knight e4. Probably not. And bishop d6. I know I lose h4. Ah, queen d4 is there. I lose the bishop, yes. Nothing like this then. So just queen c7 maybe. And what to do on bishop d5? Very difficult position. Yeah, let's see how Irina solves this. And what is happening in this endgame. Equal material, but that queen is going to e8. Not threatening anything, to be honest. Not threatening anything yet, at least. That queen can go to a2 when the queen leaves e3 and attack f2. The knight has to stay and defend d5. I'd like to get the knight out, like knight d7, but I don't think I have time. I think black is a little better because her pieces are slightly better. Rook e8 played, and she's attacking d5, f2. The two weaknesses in white's position. Yeah, rook e8. But you can't really put much more pressure on them, can you? If only you could get bishop d4. Maybe she can try queen a2. How is queen... Oh, actually I wanted queen a2 and queen b2, but why don't I play queen a1 right away? With the idea of bishop d4. You can defend with rook e4. But this shouldn't be easy. Maybe queen d1. No, just keep the pressure. Here, what is happening here? I hadn't seen this game, I think. So, okay, equal pawns. It feels like white could be a little better, but wait, knight f6 is coming. Okay, so I will get a passed pawn on the king side and white will get one on the c file most likely. So here bishop f4 was what I wanted to play, but then knight f6. And I'll have to go back to f3. And it seems that I'm not getting d4 the way I wanted to. Hi, Leshant. I think we started commentary about at 2:30, so that's what, 4 hours with a short break for now. And we still have some games going on. They usually finish around 7:30. That's in 1 hour. How is this endgame going? Okay, black played a5. Wait. How did this? Bishop c8. Okay, a5 right here. Because so if I take on a5, knight c2, king c3. Could this be the idea? And king b4? Knight b3 defends. So if I take here, knight c2, I go to c3. If takes, king b4, knight b3. I'm not sure about this. I don't think this is the idea. This looks fine for white. So what is the idea after pawn takes a5? Oops. What will black play here? She could go b4. And knight c2 will be a threat, right? More or less. Obviously she wants to get active. No, after b4, knight b5 is a threat. Sorry. She wants to get active. But I'm just curious to see if this works. I might play knight b3, knight b5. Okay, so her pieces are coming out, no? Knight b3, knight db3, check, king d3, knight c2, king d3, there's bishop f5, there's knight e1, there's knight e1, and takes on g2, and takes here. And isn't that pawn running? I will play king c7. So I take, oh, I mean here, or here. Take, and on a6, king c7. a7, bishop b7. This is very interesting. If this is the idea, b4 then, no? Have to move my knight out. I could play knight c to b3, but I think knight d to b3 makes more sense. And then we said check, king d3 and knight e1, going after g2. King e1, knight g2, and a6. I have king c7. Very nice counterplay with a5 in that case. And bishop b7. And now I'm taking h4. Suddenly it got wild. So what will she play on a5? She doesn't have to take, that's for sure. She doesn't have to take on a5. She could go king c3, inviting black to take. But on king c3, could a4 be the idea? And then you don't have the weakness on e6 anymore. King c3 played. And here I think the idea is to go a4, right? Because if you take here, king takes, you don't want to lose this pawn. I don't think knight c2, just take on b5. I don't think my knight is in any danger, in any real danger. So a4 on king c3. And now you don't have to defend a6, you will have to defend b5 at some point when the knight gets to d4. So how do we knight f3 here? How do we answer this with white? Maybe knight f3 to put the knight on d4 and already attack b5. It's not going to be easy though. What else? Okay, here the queens are off the board, so on queen c6, king g6. Oh, and here she allowed the trade of queens. I thought this wasn't a good idea for white, but she blocked with c4. And now she's attacking c7, so king f6. She's trying to avoid ideas with rook a6 and take on b3, because she will take on c7 and c5 first. So king f6 makes sense. Now you also have to defend g7, so you probably want, yeah, I'm not sure, but you might want to play g6 and bring the king. Maybe you want to bring the king and defend c7, or do you want to just go up, and if white takes, go after the b pawn. Does that work? I think it doesn't. Rook e7 and rook e3 back. Gets messy after rook a6, so I'm not 100% sure. If king f3, something like this, I'm thinking, no, you don't have to take on g7, but what if? Check here, king b2, and here I was thinking that this rook could go here, but wait, king f4, and you have these big weaknesses on f5. No, it shouldn't work, no. But she plays f4, so yeah, she makes sure that king e5 is not going to happen. So how are you going to get out of this with black? You could try and play g5. But I won't take on g5 with white. She will want to keep her pawn on f4 to control the entry squares. Probably a draw. In that case, how is this endgame going? How did white take all those pawns? King b2 played. Wait, so this was played rook d1, king d3. Okay, why not king c3 to defend everything? Because she wants king e2. Okay, got it. Rook h1. And now if king e2, she was probably worried about rook h2. And then white will keep checking you from the side. Bishop d6 played. She's covering h2, and now she takes on b2. King e2, and she has this move to give a check. Another check. And now you can't really make progress. Now she goes to g3, but takes here, and this is going to be can she win this still? King g5 here, bishop there, and now king c4. Yep, king g4, king here, and you're not in time to defend both of them. On bishop here, I'm in time to take on h2. Bishop a2, king a5, bishop h2, king a5, and black made a draw. Bishop c7 played, and here we will see rook takes. This is the position on the board now, and this will be a draw. Wow. This looks so winning for black at this point. No, rook h1, she played d2, give a check. Here, h4, this was all good. Rook h1, and now she doesn't have h3. Because rook takes is a check. So, when could she have played h3 if she could? Plays rook d1, king d3, rook here, and bishop d6, and I think this was a mistake because I think f8 was probably missed, but how could she? What if she plays king e2? She already went here, right? Rook h2. King d3, rook h1. Ah, so you can try to win a tempo then with king c3. And you give a check. And king c4, rook h1. And now it's my turn to play, and I can play h3. And the rook can't take because of d1. And in this case, I will get my pawn on h2. You can't take any of them, and can king d3 happen next? But I'm not going to play king e2 anyway, right? So what if king b1? King d3. I will wait, and I can't go king e2. Yeah, I could try this plan to put the bishop on g7, the way I wanted, no? I put the bishop on g7, now there's no king b2, and white will have to wait like this, and then I will be able to play king e2. Finally, and play d1. Another very interesting and complicated endgame here. And the game has ended in a draw. We have this endgame. Okay, white lost a pawn, but she wins the bishop. She wins the bishop on f7. Yep. How did this happen? She played h5. Here she played h5. Takes rook c7. And now rook g4. g6. Rook takes g6 should be a draw. She gives a check here. She'll give another check. And on king f3, she'll probably have to take on g6. But did she have to give the... She probably did, no? If I get out of the pin, what happens? g6 anyway. I'll move my bishop. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she thought that this was going to be a draw anyway. What do we have here? Oh, and g6 and h5 played. No, and I think now this is going to be a draw. If I wait, the only question is if black... I'm waiting on f2, because if here, this is the only try that black can have, and rook d3. Now if I have my king on f3, it comes with check. Take here, but even this should be a draw. But if I wait on f2, I don't think this is even possible now anymore. Okay, it's like this, and it's white's turn to play rook b5 and c5, no? Okay, this will probably be also a draw. Deimante won her game. She was winning, so how did she finish this off? Rook f7 and just rook e4, threatening mate. Oh, nice. And rook e7. If rook e7 here, king f7, c6 is the point. This is the point. She gets a queen on the b file. Very straightforward. Finish. How is board 36 doing? They are still playing. No repetition there, and this has changed a lot. Black seems to be defending. Hold on. How? I left it here. And she went for queen a5. Rook b1. Just king g2. She's trying to win this. Rook c4, queen c4. Rook c4 because now the plan is to take here. Yep. And take on f3 and take on d1. So, goes rook c4 here, attacking the knight. Queen c7. my threat is stronger than yours. Rook g8. Bishop a4. And my threat is still stronger than yours. If I take here, queen g7 is the point, yeah? And rook c8. Mate. So, no taking the knight. She plays knight h4 check. King f2 and knight f5. Takes. And this queen now defends c8, so I don't have this queen takes g7 anymore. And how is this position? This one on h3 is hanging. Safe to say that this can be taken. Could I go rook g4? What happens on rook g4? This looks bad now, no? How do I defend? Queen f8? Rook g4 played. I think black is in trouble. I just need to find how to make things work on g7 if I can. Okay, one plan that I have is to bring my bishop and attack the rook on g8. I don't have rook b3, queen f8 played. I don't have bishop b3, but I'm considering bishop c6 with the idea of bishop d5. If there's nothing that black can do, this could be a plan, no? Could I do it now with this move? d2 is the only move that I'm concerned about, because now I have, well, if I have to take, then the queen can move away, and I don't know if there's any. There's a check on c5, but there are no more threats on g7, no? Okay, this check is annoying because something on g1. I don't have king g2 because of mate. No. This queen c5 is annoying. She plays rook f4. Where is the queen going? You cannot do this. Or queen d8 because of bishop g7. So where are you going? Queen b8, where I'm protected by the rook. Queen b8 probably works. No, queen a3 played. Keeping aggressive, and I still don't have queen g7 because this rook defends g8, so queen g7 you just take, and rook f8 the rook gets taken. Bishop g7 doesn't seem to work. She goes king g3, getting out of checks, I guess, getting out of any checks here. There is a check on g1, which I don't know if helps. King, maybe even king h2. I always wonder about d2, if that can help me at some point. Rook g1 played. Where is this king going? king h2, I thought, or f2. Now this is a move. Oh, I was going to say that this is a move that you can't play because of d2. What happens on d2 now? So I want g5, but I can't do it because the bishop is pinning my pawn. But if I go d2, bishop takes, I go g5. There's always bishop c3, so I probably won't be able to take the rook on f4. What I'm saying is that I'm taking g5, king h5. I probably won't be able to take this because of bishop c3 anyway. So that might not be so bad after all. And on king h5 here, after g5, king h5, there's no mate either. No mate either. No checks I can give. And she doesn't go for d2, she goes for rook g6. She keeps the king there. This looks like a better idea. Now try to bring the queen somehow and give a check on f2, rook e4. Okay, at least now the idea of queen takes g7 is no longer there. So could she try queen a2 with the threat of queen f2? Oh, but could she try d2 now? On bishop takes, I have queen f3. Queen a2 played. Yeah. With the idea of queen f2. Let's see, how does she defend this? With rook g4, yeah. And now on queen f2. And now on queen f2 is rook g3, queen g3, and king h5. She took on g4, but queen f2 is the question. On king h5 I want to take on f3, and on queen g3, how is this not a mate? King g5, queen e3. Wait, she won the bishop, so maybe her way is better. So what did she play here? Rook takes g4, pawn takes g4, queen takes a4, and bishop takes g7. Yes, bishop takes g7 played, and this is a draw now. But how was queen f2? So queen g3, check here, check, queen here, check, here, mate. This looks over. Could go king f5, but rook f8. I could go f4 and then queen e7, king f5, rook f8. Maybe there was something else on queen f2. There's rook g3. And maybe rook g3 is the answer. Rook h6, king g4. But it still feels shaky. Yeah, I think this ending in a draw. But how am I not mating white here? Rook g3, queen takes. Rook h6, there's a check. Doesn't seem like a forcing win. Like, I mean checkmate. Rook h6, king g4, I have no other checks. But maybe just keep this rook pinned. Could try to play d2. Looks really bad for white. But instead of queen f2 was worth a try here. But instead of this, she played rook g4. She probably missed bishop takes g7. She was also low on time. How much time did she have here? Yeah, low on time as well. Takes a bishop, and she probably missed that here white has a perpetual, which... And this is how the game ended. A game where anything could have happened. At some point, white looked completely losing. Earlier in the game, when the king was on e1, around here, where the king was on e1 and she played b5, and here we're looking at knight f3, which I think was critical. Couldn't really find the mate after king f1 or how I win more material, but okay, you still... Knight h4, I think we agreed on here. Still there was a lot of attack. And then at some point, white looked like she had everything under control. And in the end, the draw was a fair result, I guess. What's happening here? This will be a draw. How did black create counterplay here? Because she was going with... Here is what I last saw. Queen f7. Just stop the pawn, no? Rook d1 and h4. Knight f3 was a threat, and knight h3 is also there. And she plays queen e2, defending against knight f3, and now f4, very active. Takes here, allowing to get a queen, and knight h3. Spectacular ideas here. Knight f4. Takes, and this is a piece up, but very little material. Takes here, queen e4. Check here. You can't really escape the checks. a4, and somewhere here she lost a pawn. Yeah, and this is a draw now. First board. What did she do after king c3? I left it here. King c3, a4. Yes. Knight goes to d4 now. Yep. And here she goes for g5. Active play. The king got to d4, takes here. King takes d5, and knight f5 is the idea. Now she takes here with check. King d4, and the bishop has... Well, I mean here the bishop had no squares. Goes here, knight c2. And this is just an extra piece, right? No, something went wrong around here, I think. Here. Did she have to do all this? a4, knight f3. G3, very nice. To keep black with all those weak pawns. And knight c6 now. Maybe king e7 was not entirely correct, but why shouldn't this be correct? Knight c4. You have to bring this knight in, and then the king gets in. And simply take the pawn now. And knight f5 seems like the only shot, but yeah, you're not getting enough pawns. Knight here. She takes this one. Takes here. Knight c4, but knight c5, no? And push the pawn. So I think here white will win. Julia will be the leader with 7 points. And Elina Danielian won, so she will be second with 6.5. Maybe I have the results here. Yes. So one player won 7, Julia, then we'll have Danielian on 6.5. If they haven't met yet, they will meet tomorrow. And that will probably be the decide. They haven't met. So tomorrow we will have Osmak Danielian. I'm not sure who gets white and who gets black. And we have many players on 6 points. Anything can happen there. We will have many players on 6 points. But the encounter between Osmak and Danielian tomorrow will be most likely almost deciding the winner, I think. This game is still being played. Bishop c4 probably will be a draw. What did Irina and Mihaela do? They made a draw. This was difficult, no? How did the game finish? I actually left it here, h5. She had just played h4, queen d5, here queen e6, and knight f5. Okay, this is what I missed, because on queen f5, bishop d6, and takes on f8, and this solves the problems, no? Queen d7, queen b8, here. Oh, and now she gets to trade that bishop. So if she gets to trade the bishop, yes. Just opposite color bishops now. Bishop e7 and a draw. What else do we have? We have a few more games being played here. We have this endgame. Bishop e3 just played. This looks like a draw. a7, for example, would immediately make a draw. I think a7 will be played because black also has this pawn, so I don't think she can try anything funny of bringing the knight to b6. Besides, this knight is far away from b6, so maybe knight a5. Here, you play here. Okay, knight d2 played. Same idea of knight c4. Yes, she will try this. So I'm going to go here. I'm not going to take the knight. And now she goes here. And maybe she could play... Maybe she could just move the bishop away. Somewhere. Knight b6. Knight c4 played. And now white gets her queen. But the question is this pawn something you can stop? How do you stop this pawn with white? Check. I move away. Check. Let's say I stay here. Check here and king g3. So it seems to be important to have the bishop on f2 then. Because here, what if I play, you know, bishop d4 or something? Knight here, I might lose the bishop. g2. Okay, I don't have a check on h8 now. I have a check. I have here and here. Okay, this check. I like this check. King h2, check here. And now you have to go to h1. How do I win this bishop with tempo? No, but now I will give another check. And then I can bring my knight closer. Like to d5, for example. Yes. Yes, this should do the trick. But she plays bishop f2, knight b6, and g4. And we will see this endgame. Yes, a8 played, g2 probably. So this is the current position. Okay. Looks like the videos are gone. Not sure exactly what happened there, but I guess that's fine. We only have a few games, 3 games in progress. Julia won, so she is the only leader now. This is the final position, and we only have a few 3 games here. 1, 2, 3 games. I'm going to stay with this one, which seems to be most interesting. You think white wins, but how? How does white win? Check maybe here. So you'll probably want to try to do the same, force me to go to g1. So what if I go here? Queen a3? No, that was not played. She played queen h8. King g3. And now check on e5, king h3. Can try this check. No, should play queen g7. King h3. I'll stay here. I don't want to go to the f file. Even if you could give a check on f3, I don't know how you get that, but on check on f3, bishop g3. Okay, maybe that's the only situation where you win, because queen e3, king h2, and you give a check on h6. But how are you going to make that happen? How are you going to bring the queen on f3? Queen c3. Okay. I'm going to stay here. Or here, one of the two. Which one do I go to? Let's say I go here, Queen e5. King h3. Okay, she went to f3 in this position. Queen c3 is still possible, no? King g4 then. Oh, I have this additional idea. Queen f6. Oh no, I want to keep this. No, just what happens if I just stay here and play king g4? Queen e1 if they block with the bishop. Queen c3 here, queen e1. No, but queen e1, I'm getting a queen. You can't play queen e1 here. Queen f6 was played, king f3. What happened on board 54? Apparently they're still playing. But yes, I see what you mean. White has run out of time, and we don't know if this game is still being played. White looks winning. c4, for example, here. I'm not sure if you're going to have this endgame in the book. This looks a lot like being very careful with what you're doing here. And make sure that you are not allowing this knight to get in with check. So she goes to e2. Why? She wants to go to f1? I thought the king will stay here on g3, h3. But this is fine. So if I give a check, what? Bishop e3? Queen b2. No, I want to stay here. Why don't I just stay here? I should ask about board 54. No moves here. We see if we have a result on chess results. No, no result there. So I'm going to ask if board 54 is still being played. Question asked. They must have finished. For sure. If we have no more moves, it's probably a mistake in the broadcast here. Looks like a draw. Looks like you can't get this pawn to advance. And this one, she did go to f1. But I thought that's not where you want to go. Maybe I was wrong. Queen b5 check, yep. And you don't want to go to g1. That's why I didn't want to get here. Because I didn't want to be forced to go to g1, and now it looks like I might be in danger of having to go to g1. King e1. Can give a check. Oh, I found a nice idea. What if I give a check? King e2, check. You have to play king f1, and now I play knight c4. And when you get a queen, you're gonna get mated on d2. Queen b1 played. And I think she also found it. because she played this very fast. King e2. Is there any other move? No, you don't want to go to d2 because knight c4, king e2. So you are right. White will win this. Queen e4 played. If you win the pawn on g2, it's game over. So here king f1 is the only move, and then knight c4. The knight got in, and it's also game over. Oh, what a big blunder by black. And it's very nice that white found this. King f1. It's very nice that she found this idea. Knight c4 played. Yes. White will be winning now. I don't know yet if board 54 has finished. I'm still waiting for an answer. Most likely it's finished. And this one will finish in a moment. Probably resigning already, no? It's nothing you can do. You can't even promote something else. And here still a draw. Knight g7 and knight d6. I think the game finished here because black, sorry, is still thinking, and nothing really works. King g1, you'll just get your knight in anyway. Knight d2 and knight f3. If you get to do that, it's over. Okay, so let's recap today's round. Julia won, and she's the only player with 7, was it? 6, yes, 7 points. Bella Kodonashvili won, and she has 6 points. And Elina Danielian won, and she has 6.5. So right now we have Osmak, Danielian, and many players on 6 points. I don't know who exactly will be on the 3rd place after the tie breaks. But tomorrow we will 100% see the leaders facing each other, Osmak, Danielian. And that is going to be a very interesting game. How is our game going? King g1 played. Here you could play anything, right? Even knight e3 with white. Yes, and she plays knight e3. Nothing black can hope for because she has the wrong pawn. If only she had the f pawn or the h pawn. But this is now losing. Now queen f3, you force the king to go in front of the pawn. It's a long process. And then you get the king closer to the pawn, but that's what you have to do. Now king c6, king comes out, you give another check. Whenever the king goes back to g1, you bring the king up. And all the way to f3. Okay, Osmak will be white because Danielian already had 5 out of 8 white games. Okay, I think she will have good chances with white if she will be white. Yes, this is winning for white. This is not a draw. It was a draw earlier when black had the bishop and she had the king on g3, h3, and I think she had to stay there. Instead, she went to f1 and white found this nice idea of bringing the knight back in. Queen h4, now king gets closer. This is easy winning, yes, at this level. And white knows what she's doing exactly. She gives the checks, forcing the king to go to g1. And now she will play king d5. Oh well, black has to make a move first. King f1, king d5. This is how you win it. And now, no, this is how you make a draw. King f1, you give a check. King comes out. Attack the pawn, give another check, and now both pieces are attacked, so the king has to go in front of the pawn, and at this point you bring the king closer. And then you start doing it all over again on the other side. Here you can play queen f2 as well, pinning the pawn. Check, and get closer. And then you start over, no? Check here. And now you can even win the pawn if the king goes to e2. If the king goes here, just king f3, right? Yeah. And then you can win the pawn. But here, queen h4, this will end probably, no? There's not much to think of. How about this endgame? Knight e7 played, and she will take on g6 next, making a draw. To whatever white plays, knight takes g6, and a draw. There's no g7 because white loses the pawn on the bishop on f7. So played bishop e6 and knight g6 as predicted, and here the game ended in a draw. Still no result here. It's just probably because they haven't set the kings up. I don't have the cameras anymore. This game is stuck. White probably won. Okay, well, with this I'm going to finish today's broadcast since the games are also over. Not sure about this one, but I'm pretty sure it's over. And I'll be back tomorrow with round 9. We're getting closer and closer to the end of the tournament. On Friday we will have the last round, which will start 1 hour earlier, but I'll remind you about that on Thursday. So thank you guys very much for watching this again, for staying here until the end, and I will see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. CEST again.